the bend of the cave escaped her cry. Emotions were pressed, the fear was strangled, and the air smelled bitterly with hopelessness and rawness. Everything indicated something scary is happening. She complains, the food ended yesterday. There is only 20 points of the goddess, and now in the voice he can hear anxious laughter. It seems that the mind is slowly betraying. Cunningly pulls something like a ticket from his pocket, squeezes in his palm, and says with a bitter breath, she did not want to reach it. But there is no other way out. You need to risk your calling ticket. The ticket is trembling in the air. The girl begs the world to hear her desire and give a miracle, and suddenly light breaks from the dark cave. In a moment, a stranger grows up in front of her. Surprised, almost evil looks around, and she already knows. Everything succeeded. The call worked as it should be. The girl smiles quietly and says, it was she who called him into this world. Her name, Laura Jean Amara, the first and only goddess of wisdom, who shines with honor in every word. The question is just heard. What is your name? The guy replies, Kosaikama, and Laura, the forefinger, requires hard. Listen carefully. She looks directly into his eyes, says strictly, you from a foreign world, you have to have something extraordinary. Well, because prove, show me this power now. The gaze slides along Laura, silence thick, but finally he breaks. Where is I? The indignation flashes in the voice, like a spark in the night. Kepman rushes, grunts that all this is horror, but gradually understands. Another is not left behind, how to accept his call into an unknown world. The girl is surprised to catch his confusion and smiling thinks, even better. Kama catches himself thinking, as he always gets lost in such moments, and suddenly understands. He does not seek to Japan. Curiosity sting, maybe he is just another. Kem is wondered if these abilities are similar to spells and artifacts in computer games, and the voice in it sounds like a moon to delight. She says, if the one who feels nothing passes through the gate, the feelings will appear themselves as soon as he steps on that side. The guy notices the void, but casts doubts, and decides to simply play. A serious facial expression. And Kahima says quietly that he needs an egg to demonstrate the girl's skills. True surprise on the Laura face, she asks again. But the guy calmly states, the need for a regular chicken egg, 30 minutes of search, and finally it is in her hands. Where did you get these wounds? He asks, but the girl only sighs, turns her eyes and asks not to climb in her own business. It is better to show what he can. The egg lay on the table then. A slight blow to the glass, and the shell crisp, scattering small pieces on a white tablecloth. Her gaze is alert. Her eyes ask, what's going on? But suddenly he breaks on the cry and rushes forward. The egg is broken. The contents pour into a glass. An inconvenient silence hangs around. He turns to Laura, advises her to keep warm. Suddenly his abilities will not be enough, and will become cold. The girl asks again and learns. His talent is to break the egg with one hand. Laura is surprised as after passing through the gate, the guy did not receive any power, and hears from him, if he received, he would have shown for a long time. Kem's answers, 8 years took to master this skill, and promises the girl, if you train, you will also be able. She does not find words, only lower her eyes and squeezes her fingers. The woman denies indignation. It is impossible, and yet even being the goddess of wisdom, she must sit here, and in order to escape, he had to use an old familiar military ticket. Suddenly, she rushes to him. The voice trembles. Do you really think that he is only capable of this little thing? He is asleep, honestly asks to explain, because he has not yet fully understood. The girl coiled, her voice sounded gently. The goddess was important. They push humanity forward, lead and prompts like a quiet wind in the back. In order to live on, the goddesses catch sincere prayers, inhale them in themselves, and then create gentle glasses of the deity from these warm streams. Kama is convinced that when the mind clouds laziness, the danger is already breathing behind the shoulder, and the life of the goddess is a test where even silence seems difficult than thunder. The girl explodes, her voice cracks in the air. She has always been just like that. The days were slowly flowing behind the closed doors of her room in the palace of the goddess. The sun slid the wall, and the glasses were almost devastated. And suddenly, all her life escaped into the wild, where fear and danger stepped nearby. In the memory of Laura, her tears and pleas at the gathering of the goddess are still sounded. That's why she received a cherished ticket for the name of the families. Now the guy understands what her abilities need. The girl is quietly confessing. From now on, her life in his hands, and Kem, hesitation, asks whether she understands her selfishness and what she gets in the way she extends the help of help. In response, Laura quietly bows her head. Her voice trembles with gratitude that pours sincerely. Gratitude glows in the depths of the eyes, like the warm golden light of the candle. She claims that for the boy is a great honor to hear gratitude from the goddess like her, and hears insults in response. Kami squeezes his fists, feels anger, and understands that he does not wait for help from him until she is. The abdomen was loudly in the abdomen. The guy of the verse says Lori that she was already hungry, but the girl is just sighing. There is no food here, only hunger plays on the nerves. Kama, smiling, asks if he can prepare something with his divine hands, and immediately emphasizes, the goddesses of dinner should prepare others. Leaving the cave, the guy is wondering if there is near the village. The girl spreads her hands. No idea, because the month has not passed since she was kicked out. Kem is convinced that Laura is a vain goddess, even too annoying. He coldly tells her, but reminds, the main thing is not the quarrel now, but to stay afloat and survive together. He asks to take away where there is water and smells of food. Laura is muddy, asks himself whether to go together, and Kama rushes the annoying answer. The girl only nods. The steps are in the shadow of trees. It inhales the sweet smell of ripe fruits hanging from the branches, and near it noticing as sleeping animals are barely noticeable in the tall grass. Kama asks whether it would be better to go hunting. It blows with freshness, and the verse leaves Russell in response. The girl says quietly, there are so many poisonous monsters in the forest. The guy thinks, and Laura suggests, let's compare the forces of this beast with what people have. She says that at the 20th level, the adventure seeker has 160 lives, and lion 2,890 levels, as much as 35,000. The heart is humming from this incredible power. Kema imagines that from the other world it can be stronger than this lion, but the girl confidently predicts. His level is unlikely to reach the 3. The heart shrinks. He suddenly realizes that even a beginner is stronger than him, and Laura winks. If he picks up points, he will be able to see his status, and already asks, let me look. She says that the snake quietly rustles in the grass, hits the prey, and then rapidly attacks those who believed in a safe lion's dream. Laura says that the lion attacks those who eat the fruit nearby until Kima imagines everything. The guy notes, the girl is very resourceful. She nods and sneezes suddenly, a slight funny in the air. The rage breaks again in it. Laura, a feudal goddess. And the lion, having hearing foreign noises, breaks out of sleep, fades, listens hard. The girl, choking with fear, runs up to Kama and asks what to do. He whispers, you run away, and he decides to distract the beast, but she is already rushing away, screaming the guy not to take the risk of in vain. At this point, the lion and snake slide closer, and the guy feels their breath. Hears a quiet rustle, watching every movement of the enemy, preparing to answer when the predator opens his mouth. The beast rushes to Kim, but he cleverly recedes, and he rejects the predator with a strong impetus, a light jump, the ground under your feet, thumbling, and here 3 juicy fruits fall out of the tree. Kim, hiding behind the trunk, reaches them and dreams that the lion, like at home, does not move outside his territory. Finally, the monster is moving away, and the breath of the guy becomes easy. A little more, and the disaster would not be avoided, almost heard as a frantic heart subsides. The shadow breaks into the cave, and already frightened Laura sings, and suddenly recognizes him. He rushes to Kem, squeezes in arms and whispers with gratitude to God for his salvation. Walking around, he asks whether Laura cried all these hours. It seems like her sincerity in her blood, like cool rain on a hot ground. Although it usually simply releases this malice outside, it seems to the hero, this peace is not eternal. He feels like something that will explode between them. Kama extends her fruit and gently asks to take. The girl hesitates, but he whispers, it is for telling him everything about Leo. He adds that he cannot leave Laura, because together in this storm, and at once her voice breaks him out of thoughts. She rushed to Kim again, shouting his name through her tears. She thanked her in a trembling voice, and finally asked to let go. The fragrant juice drains on the fingers. The girl tastes a slice and looks enthusiastically at Kemu, and he carefully tries the fruit. Suddenly she grabs it by the hand and quietly asks to look there. The characteristic unfolds before the eyes. Its level increases, reaching the 7th. The girl happily reports Kama. Thanks to his actions, she gained enough divine points. But suddenly the mention, it requires honesty and prayer, and suddenly Laura nods in a juicy, ripe fruit in his palms. The girl notes, These feelings are not just about emotions, gifts also fit. But the guy in surprise catches himself in thought. How quickly everything turned on her own benefit. The smell of anxiety is flying in the air, when Kama is surprised to think why suddenly jumped the level, and the girl quietly assumes everything is due to his ability. It unfolds the window of his abilities, the usual, to break the eggs with his palm, to fry them, but from the extra, to absorb magic. And this is what stuns both, like a cold wind in the back. In a thick book in black and white, it is a legendary SS ability. The one who has it swallows the experience and skills of everyone who will eat, and if prey without ability, will also receive additional points. With every new gain of ability to grow, but the higher you rise, the more experience it is necessary for a new jerk. Kima smiles and calls it a truly cool skill. The guy shrugged. He only knows how to break the eggs and himself does not understand why he was. And the girl nodded. A useless thing, she said with a barely restrained funny. She states that the second level is the middle, the third is already experienced, and the fifth is a real master. And does he imagine how many eggs will have to break to reach the sixth? But the guy turns away. He does not even want to hear her. And the girl is bitterly realized. She thanked him in vain as God. Kama quietly asks what happened. Laura opens a window in front of him. The wind has smelled rain, and her gaze says, he is a real believer. And in this light, his face becomes calm. With faith in the heart, the guy tries charming glasses and feels. He has 5 new strengths. He asks Laura, and she only reminds you. She promised to thank him forever. Kama catches the essence of her words. In his look, curiosity flashes. She demonstrates his abilities, and he watches closely at every movement, holding his breath. To protect the guy chooses resistance to poison, and Laura gently explains that at the first level, it saves only from food poisoning and the lightest poisons. Kema reminds that in this forest is full of poisonous monsters, and the girl nods quietly, squeezing her hands, as if she were already feeling their suffocating breath. The guy notes, if you collect water and drink unclealed, such protection for the stomach will really need. Laura immediately explodes. Brilliant. But he just smiles Krivo. It is obvious. The girl shoots her shoulders. She did not think about it. Probably. The guy in the past was a sage. Kama smiles and whispers that he knew. She is not witness. Laura is indignantly said that the goddesses rarely open the way to the source of knowledge. The guy interested, explains, is a place where all the knowledge of the world swells. Finally it comes. Even if the knowledge is glowing in their heads, without the ability to apply them, they are worthless. As if lost in the darkness of the key. Looking closely, Kima still hears the dust of ordinary life on them, and now his veins are throbbing magic, which he wants to try again. Laura quietly says that she is drunk in her mouth. It is worth looking for water. The guy nods immediately, and they move, listening to the stream somewhere nearby. Kenan hears a rust between the thick trees. Strange creatures look out from the leaves, and the girl quietly warns. It is a Clion. Carefully, they can attach. He seemed to quit drinking, the guy says in passing. And Laura squeezes his fingers. He searched for this place for so long. Then he sighs and asks the girl to show the window of the condition of the Climiones, because it will not be easy to get to the water. The window on the screen flies in the 10th level, and he asks whether they can look at their abilities. And Laura sighs and quietly says, this is impossible. Before the eyes of the Kamo, a crowd of unknown monster, he does not know their strength, and understands that with these dangerous clicks will have to cope alone, with an accelerated heart and anxiety in the chest. The girl suddenly sneezes for the 2nd time, sharply, ringing, with echo in the dark, and the guy throws an angry look at her, and the monster turns sharp muzzles to them. Glyon's fist flashed sparks. Kamo rushed to Laura, hacking, calls her stupid, but still protects, shook his body. The rough breath of dust still hangs in the air when he asks the girl to return to the cave. She nods, and squeezing the amulet in her hand, quickly disappears in the dark. Grabbing the stick, the guy inhales the sharp smell of dust, turns to the monster and declares, nothing personal, and survives only the strongest. The clinical tentacles sharply grasp the air next to the Kemim. It slips out, breathes quickly, and breaks into battle. The body tense, the eyes are burning with a fierce fire. Subsequently, he returns from the lake. His hands are full of prey, and says that the monsters have lost interest in him. At the cave, the guy feels like everyone is busy. Here, no one seeks unnecessary excitement. Laura rushes to him in delight, but Kimmit claps her gently on her head. She asks what has happened, and in response she hears, the girl knows everything, and it is better to leave this conversation without words. Water swells from the bag. The guy holds the flask and extends it to the mold, asking if you can eat these creatures. The girl answers, "Everything except red details is possible here." And Kama asks a knife, sharp and supersonic. The girl smiles. "The new will be, but we'll have to sacrifice the points of the goddess." Then the guy asks even more polite. She asks her desire, dreams of a miracle, and speaks a full name, and suddenly in the air she is shining with a knife, and Lunko land in the boy's palm. The surprise flashed in Kemi's eyes. The girl says that such a thing can be bought in the store, and the guy begins to cook, cuts meat and vegetables, quickly puts them on a plate. The incense immediately fill the kitchen. In the end, the thin strips of sashimi from the maple find themselves on a plate. Cold. Barely smell of freshness, and knives slide on them with rustles. Kama takes a piece, feels tenderness and light sweetness. Lips slide on a delicate dish until the ringing voice of a girl that pulls him out of dreams is heard. She must taste her, and the guy extends a piece, hoping that at least she receives. It seems like Laura shakes his breath from the aroma of the dish, and soft tentacles gently hug her shoulders. Unexpectedly, Kima feels a wave of joy in his chest. A level grows, and a new force wakes up with it. An ice needle. A cold seems to slide on the skin. In a moment, he dares to try again, and the ability obediently calls on his call, barely noticeably responding in his chest. Surprised, he approaches the prickly tree, touches shiny ice, inhales frosty air. Ordinary ice. Now there will be no more worries with water. The idea suddenly flashes. Kem quickly cuts a new portion of sashimi, a sharp knife rustle in fish, and the level grows again as he expected. Numbers flash near the level. He guesses, this is experience. The girl nods, explains when the experience is complemented to the edge, the level will increase. Kama suddenly remembers the familiar taste of absorbed magic. Thoughts are spinning in their heads. Even when something eats, the experience of it is crumbs like a weak taste of spices at the tip of the tongue. Now it is enough to eat slowly, and the new level is falling as if a ripe apple from a branch. The opportunity to get new strength is captivating. The heart of the boy is pounding with joy. It seems to be the best thing that has happened to him, and Kima is already squeezing about the future, full of opportunities. It cannot even imagine what incredible force he feels if being absorbed by a creature that breathes with strength and threat. With such force, no one will dare to stand on the way, and in front finally looms a calm, carefree life where you do not need to look over the shoulder. He assures that food and water will be enough, and Laura, gentle, suggests that you hunt, and Kama only refuses and asks to be more attentive. He explains that he no longer wants to be in such a trap. Laura promises that he will be more useful next time, asks not to leave her, and he eventually agrees. This is how his new life began. Kem told how he was proclaimed in this world and gave a wonderful power to lift the level of food. Now he eagerly wants to feel this power on himself. Chicken is suitable and chickens are purr. They fly out of the house, wings break, lifting a cloud of dust and angry. Before the eyes, Laura squeezes, tired, squat after removing the egg. He asks what happened, and she laughs. The chickens were chasing after. And he apologizes to her memories. She rushes to catch the birds, wants to say something to Kami, but he does not hear. She asks her again. The girl boiled, cursing everyone around, and wearing divine glasses. She was angry to attack, not releasing enemies from sight so that they would not slip. Kem does not let the girl, only nod on the cave behind her back, and, verse, advises her to turn back to where it smells deathly with a raw stone and breathes shadow. Laura refuses. The honor is throbbing in the breast, but he only hisses that she will soon have to lose her again. It sharply repels him, coldly throws, which she can handle, and even rustles the air, rushes forward. The girl is wrapped in a glow. Golden sparks flash around. The air rings from the mysterious power. The magical power of the goddess is a wave. The enemy feels wild in the chest, trembles, and affected falls on his knees before this invisible mighty. But this aura without a goddess remains empty. No miracle happens, as if you look and listen. The rooster runs and beats the wings of Laura. She screams frightened, asking the young man for help. The anticipation did not fail. The decision broke out inside. The help came as naturally as the breath of fresh morning air. The icy needle flashes in the air, and he quietly asks the girl. If suddenly he touches, let the tears do not burn cheeks, only cold and compression in the chest. Needles with whistles fly and pity chickens. The pen rises, the air rings with acute pain. Kama collects the fines, and the girl is angry. The cheek is still blazing from the staff. He advises to take away the trophies and move on. The two roosters suddenly jump out in front of him. The wings are trembling, the beaks are clinging. Laura breaks into a cry. These are hellish rollers. A hot hand suddenly squeezes her shoulder. He whispers that he just remembered what she could come in handy. The secret technique is God's barrier. The movement alone, and the girl becomes a protection like a bait. And all the blows are broken into an invisible wall. The request sounds sharply, but Laura insists, "Let's talk," and her voice trembles like a night wind in the window. Chickens with a loud gelgot rush to her. She runs away, stumbling. And the guy catches the stress in the air with a smile and notices. The girl is still confident. On the way to the Laura cave, he rushes his shoes on the stone and complains of painful scratches that pinch the skin under the hot sun. The lips fly out of lips. The chickens are scattered in anxiety, and the guy does not respond. She asks if he was offended, and he throws, "You are a vain goddess." Fatigue squeezes his shoulders. The problems are pressed on the heart. He sighs and finally confesses. He can no longer fight it. Laura is starring, looking for excuses, they say. Has not yet entered the form, but her words fall past the boy. He just shakes his head, without believing any word. She apologizes quietly, promises to listen from now on. The voice trembles, and in the air smells of forgiveness and hope. The look becomes disappointed until a spark suddenly flashes in it. A mention. Laura is honest and loyal, and then he says that he will forgive, but only on one condition. The fire in the cave is cracking. The girl asks why the branches should cut the branches, though not to help Kami, and he is mourned to speak less and work more. Feather pen. Chicken naked, tongue thirsty touches meat, and suddenly the guy has a new gift, breathing with hot flames. Meat hisses on the fire. Kima waves his hand, the fire flashes brightly, and the aroma of fried meat dances in the air, stuffing the mouth with saliva. In the end, a chicken with a fragrant crust appears on the plate, which still cracks from the heat. The juicy piece melts on the tongue. The aroma of smoke circles in the air. The guy tastes with pleasure. And then the girl, catching this look, gently reminds of himself, touching his sleeves. Kima stops Laura's gaze, stretches a juicy chicken thigh. Laura willingly cut his teeth, crumbles the crust. The smell of spices is revealed in the air. She has this dish, a real pleasure. The taste is gentle. The aroma is spicy. The eyes glow with delight. She chews slowly when something flashes in memory. A spoon fades halfway to her mouth. The alarm squeezes the girl's breasts. And suddenly the forest chickens are poisonous? Kama only shrugs his shoulders. The smell of smoke and dry meat is familiar to him. Immunity gives peace. Suddenly grabbing your stomach, the girl is running a trembling step, throwing over her shoulder. "Just don't look at me!" They return to the lake again in a few days. The air is tart, clones are squeezed in the water, and the fishing rods are quietly clattering. The guy is calling for fire. And with the darkness, a spooky face emerges. He shares, together with the goddess. He sought prey in the woods and gained strength, even barking the trees. Near the chicken coop quietly, the air seemed to be frozen, and the girl suddenly whispers. Probably, the heavenly owner of the birds returned again. She opens. This is the main leader of the chicken man. The wreath on her head is the gift of one of the saints, and Kima remembers what she once called the usual chickens. Initially, he tells about the power of monsters and the king, and then adds, "Chicken is not terrible," but Laura laughs, asks not to despise them. It is better to be careful, because they often lose too confident. Cautiously approach the nest and see the heavenly king of the summits is asleep in silence. The guy whispers, whether the bird in the nest is always asleep. Laura barely smiles and nod. So he is. A moment, and in his hand a cold knife flashed. The chance slipped through his fingers, so now it was impossible to hesitate. Suddenly the frost breaks rapidly from the place, lifting gunpowder. Kama, fascinated by one of the four kings, feels, even in a dream, his strength and spirit are unrestrained. Despite the fear, it breaks forward. The fists are shrinking. The legs are torn to the collite. The chest is pounding in the chest, as if it were thunder. The blade was inserted into the soft chicken body. The blood burst in the air. He smiled, jokingly called it a tragedy, and stated, "So the heavenly king of Sudzak fell." On his return to the cave, he took the snack. The flame rises above. Its flame-throwing now burns at the 5th level. Hot air is buzzing and smelling of a baked metal. If the 3rd level is no longer frightened, the 5th in the soul grows a premonition of a true miracle. Kima mentions a secret blow with a dirty leg and looks forward to the right window. A week has passed in the forest silence, and the figure of the level already reaches 16. It says the guy himself, inhaling the smell of pine needles and catching the rush of leaves under his feet. Focusing, he lists his forces, explaining. In addition to the absorption of monsters, the new power also brought the gift received after every drop, which he fed Laura. Kemim spent a pile of points for medicinal spells, and you will not prepare the egg without eggs. In addition, he understands, without the magic of purification too. But only one heart does not regret. The art of the sword fills his life, and suddenly the female voice breaks out of thought, gentle and unexpected. On the palms of a sword made of white silver, its own, silver cools the skin, reflects the flame of bold eyes. Laura smiles softly, thanks for his support and says, "When you have returned to me, give me a part of your own, the least that she can do." He nods, gratefully catches her warm look. Looking at the noisy forest, she proposes Kemi to test her forces, as if he calls in the very heart of green. He rustles on the path. The guy in his thoughts weighs which of the fierce monsters he could. Near Laura inhales the smell of the wind, and remembers the frantic grunge of the crazy boar. Her voice sounds quietly like a breath of wind. His real place is here, under these roofs, among familiar smells and rustling leaves. The girl shows a tree. Here, chocolate. Kemma breaks off a piece of bark and tastes real chocolate. But suddenly a sharp Roran cry cuts air, unfairly and not on time. She jumps with her eyes. She did not have time to settle under her feet. She is already asked to try alone. Having shouted in vain, the guy hurries to the rescue. His movements are fast. The look is attentive. In the air it smells of hope for something good. The coincidence itself pushes him. And here the hands suddenly catch it. The warm rustle of clothing mixes with a breath of surprise. Suddenly, Kama felt the arms moving themselves. Laura screamed, a sharp fright in her voice, and the guy excitedly apologized, hastily retreating. The guy begins to justify himself, but the girl is no longer needed. Kama extends the chocolate twig, and she tries it to taste. The sweet aroma envelops the air. But as soon as the moment goes, the anxiety squeezes her throat again. The heart is crazy. The breast is cold. Everything flies under her feet. The guy swears not to touch anymore. Laura asks again. Her voice is like a breath of wind. Trust appeared in her eyes because the words sounded sincerely. Suddenly, a scared boar escaped from the bushes, soaps and scattering the earth with sharp grips. And then Kama suddenly grabs the sword. The blade flashed. The air seemed to scream from tension. A scared boar flies out of the snags. The earth shudders under his hooves. The girl and the guy squeeze the weapon. The hearts are desperately humming. The air throbs the battle. Kima notes that his indicators are lower. 563 are versus 828 in the monster. And this is the difference that he feels with each cell. The girl throws. Everything seems difficult. But if the guy gives his will, his forces, victory will not wait. Meanwhile, the young man, sighing, rushes to the opponent. Kama reaches out. The flame explodes from the palm of the hand. The hot heat licks the air, hiding the shadow in the rhythm of burning tongues. The flame breaks out of the palm, greedy, hot. Everything is blinded and devoured, tasting the ashes in the air. In the eyes of confusion, he exclaims, not understanding what it was. The voice trembles in the air, like an echo in the empty room. When the flame disappears, before the eyes of the guy, the whole and unharmed Bori, it is surprising to the cold inside, and the fiery monster suddenly rushes to the attack, and every guy's muscle tenses. But unexpectedly the boar stops. The soulless body falls deftly on the ground. Kima exhales with relief. Tension subsides in the chest. Awareness sharply compresses the breast. The force obtained from the Zuzak leaves the path of destruction and fear. The girl looks with delight and whispers that he can overcome anyone. And he decomposes the boar meat and takes it to cut it. A sharp knife knocking on the bones. The air is filled with the smell of raw meat. He strings the pieces of meat on the sword, carries to the fire, and Kama pours salt, donated by Laura, inhales the spicy smell. Saliva flows. The meat looks gorgeous, and ultimately has a juicy piece of boar. Having tried the meat, he feels a juicy taste, like a lean pork, with a barely catchy umami. And suddenly a window flashes before his eyes. A new ability, a powerful jerk, a strong, though not shiny. 3 days have passed in a silent uplift, and only then Kama noticed. The level increased to 843, as if a wave was not rising which covered it unexpectedly. The girl's cry cuts the air. She also dreams of something useful, and in her eyes, hope. That's if the chicken, juicy and warm. In the head of Laura, a memory suddenly flashes. The guy quietly reminds of the poison in the smoker, and she smiles, because it is enough to spend points to the goddess, and no poison is no longer terrible. The girl loudly states that she is a real smart, and the guy nods with reluctance, swallowing a smile. Among the smell of pine needles and gentle rustles under the feet of Laura, he searches for chickens. And Kima catches her mood, and suddenly, the sharp vision notices something on the side, and the guy rushes to the girl for a moment. Above Kim and the blanket, something unknown flies sharply. The air blows dust, and the alarming rustle grows, without letting you forget this moment. The voice suddenly sounds nearby, praises Kim for agility, and the guy inadvertently thinks, this is probably telepathy. Before the eyes, the chicken emerges, the most boldness, bold, like a thunderstorm, the most powerful of the fourth of celestial owners named Bayak. The smell of smoke is still howled when the guy asks with a smile whether he really decided to revenge on a friend, but immediately waved, all this is nonsense. Biago acknowledges that there is a rivalry between him and Sujak. When the killer of Sujak is nearby, the heart of the warrior seeks a duel. Kima, feeling tension, asks the rooster to show his strength. At first the enemy seems ordinary, but suddenly the space around is strain. The aura and the powers felt like Susaks. Cold waves run through the skin. The sword's blade extends forward, and the rooster screams sharply and orders him to fight, as if all the dawn alarm is squeezing the air. Byakko rushes forward without thinking about the danger and launches the tongues of the fire. Everything around flashes hot flames, smells of burning in the air, hearing crackling. Suddenly, something changes. The flames in it go out, and Kama feels the rooster steals his strength. The heart shrinks from rage. In the chest grows crazy anger. Bianco beats powerfully. The body of the boy falls to the ground, and around everything he is roaring. The Teresa with a roar is locked. Loud crack. Kima demolishes through several trees. He falls into dust. The chest is bitter. Only a touch of Kokasa, and it is so painful. Byakko does not restrain the surprise. The guy still evaded a direct blow. With a cry that is over, it rushes to the camera, and the icy arrow breaks out of the fingers. The cold wind accompanies its whistle. The rooster gives out a fire from the beak, and the guy notices. The flame drives the blows, so he goes on the side, hiding in the shadows, and attacks the unexpected side. The needles bend around the flames, falling in Byakko, and Kima catches a moment of silence in himself and decides not to waste this chance, even short, but his own. The shoulder painfully shuddered from the sharp jerk of the rifle, and it added to him the strength to press even harder. The silver lightning sword splits the air. The rooster is swollen, the wings beat the dust, and the sharp metal pierces it through. At the last moment, Byakko has time to shout, as boldly, without hesitation, rushing at a strong enemy. This is a real courage. Another heavenly owner fell, the guy landing hard, his palms rubbed dust, and the air smells thick. Laura rushes to him rapidly. The words of caring are erupted through a sigh. Don't you risk more, do you hear? Kima is guilty of forgiveness, gratefully hiding his gaze. The idea broke out in the head. The heavenly king beaded. Finally, a worthy enemy. The bitter taste of victory shrinks the breath, and the heart is crazy under the ribs. The ice breath has just slid past. The awareness squeezes his chest. A moment, and there would be nothing. Biana, barely avoiding death, immediately disappears in the darkness of the stomach of Kama, and he himself grows crazy courage in a spiral, which burns everything on the way. A week passed, and the level jumped from 843 to 1226, like water that rapidly broke through the dam. The girl is immersed in a tub of cool water. The water gently hugs her skin. The rest pours around and a slight smell of freshness. What a happiness, to live carelessly in luxury. In the water, a quiet, calm Valera suddenly near her, crawling a snake. Kem, clothing is trimmed, lay on the damp grass, inhales the smell of moss and whisper mentally. It is time to leave this forest. Seeks rest. Soft beds and adventures without a threat to life. Suddenly, hiding in a towel, a scared Laura flies. But he only turns his gaze, tired of everyday life, and eagerly catches every moment of a new life. The girl shouts that she can no longer stand. The voice trembles, despair in her voice. She wants to escape from this forest, as soon as possible, to breathe the air of freedom, and forget the shadows between the trees. Kema confesses that he turned this opinion in his head, and she recalls, 3 days ago, he said the same. Laura is wondering how many more that young man will delay, and asks to pick it up when he will go. The young man rises sharply. His finger touches her cheeks, and with the intense voice asks to explain why they found themselves in the middle of the forest, where in the air it smells of rawness and quietly crack branches. The girl confesses that she thought about it a little and sighs quietly and adds, "He may not be the most pleasant, but he has a hassle, he has enough throat." Suddenly the guy turns and advises Lori, "Do not count on me. If you really want to get out of here, it's time to learn to fight for yourself." Thoughts are spiral, and she recalls that the same words were heard in the palace of the goddesses before Kima appeared. She was told that it may have woke up in a divine power, but the manners remained far from the goddess. Lori advised to think about themselves and learn how to carry themselves, how she looked at her. Anger boils inside. It is too painful when its efforts are depreciated, perceiving for nothing, as if playing on the nerves of strings of disappointment. The girl maliciously states that she is indifferent to Kama, and promises to get out of the forest on her own, and throws his goodbye in his back. Scoundrel! The window is evening, and he leisurely drinks tea, inhaling the aroma and listening to the silence that is sometimes pouring slowly like honey. 2 hours fly unnoticed. It seemed that the girl was about to come back, and suddenly a soft chick easily sits on a head on her head, trembling with her wings and giving quiet chirping. The silver thing lay on the palm of your hand, pulling the warmth. The anxiety for Laura moved inside anxiously, and the guy mentally mapped. Chems clearly spoke unnecessary. Suddenly the words fly sharply, the indignation explodes inside, the chick breaks out of place, and a sharp void spreads in the chest. From the first meetings, his sincerity and softness in words were remembered, like a light spring wind that touches the cheeks. Her cry cut the air, and suddenly he saw her barefoot and the feathers of chickens flying after her. A moment, and Kima caresses the sword. The flames of the whirlwind breaks out of the palm, filling the air with heat and crackling. Bright feathers shook. The rooster suddenly died in front of him, surprised to watch the man reflecting the poisoned needles, as if playing with the wind that took his brothers. Before the wise Genbo, suddenly a rooster appears. The wings blink, the beak is enthusiastically ticking. In the air it smells in the morning and fresh wind. He explained quietly. He came not to fight, but together with Ciro watched his every step, exploring his eyes like a shadow in a soft light. The rooster calls on the duel, calling the wings ringing and assuring that it is time to find out which of them the real ruler of this yard. If he disagrees, he promises to come in the middle of the night and roll unrestrained, and Kama understands how much he does not want. The rooster breaks into the sky, the wings are broken in the air, and the guy, without delaying, rushes to Laura. The heart frantically pounds. She nods quickly as a sign of gratitude, and the guy suggests a light gesture. We go. It's time to get out of the forest until the shadows are even more. Talking about the duel, the guy throws. It seems to merge, and the girl tends to think again. In foreign lands can chat traps, and should be careful. It is better not to pay attention and merge with the crowd, and if they return, the battle will take place in its territory, because for the second time the guy will not be driven into the trap. Laura admires his mind, catches every word. In her eyes a genuine surprise sparkles. The hero is convinced that this girl has everything on the surface. Thoughts are simple, like the morning light. Neither a puzzle nor a shadow in her words. Suddenly she fades in place, breaks off that she is not going to rely on him. The voice of a guy is heard in silence, who calls her through the intense air. Kima notes, even if the chance is 1 of 10,000, which is incredible forces in it, this fire is still invisible, and it would not want to waste the moment when it happens. Laura rushes to his arms, shouts as she lacked him. He exhales lightly, and together, sweaty, go through the smells of dust and herbs in search of the nearest village. Under the traveling cape, Laura proposes to move to the nearest city as long as his feet are kept somewhere, not to stand as a substitute. The girl suddenly returns, says with a confused look, he does not even know which direction to go. The guy asks how she used this source of knowledge and whether at least the area is about. She assures, he knows. She assures that it is only necessary to see the route once, and the source of knowledge will tell her the way, will give a map. But even then, Laura will not be able to measure the distance from point A to point B. She realized, it is enough to see the city, and the path to it will open in the shimmer lights and noise of street life. Suddenly he grabs the girl. The cry erupts the air, the guy breaks to his feet, the heart pounds in the chest. In the distance, the lights of the city shout, and Laura screams. The call breaks the silence. He asks her, stop, look forward, you see. The city is very close. Hardly stepping on the ground, the girl falls around, chokes and asks no longer to do. From this moment, their path begins between herbs. Kima says, All the monsters were left behind. It was necessary to walk, so as not to attract extra views. Laura asks, "What is the guy busy now?" He tells her eyes. He collects fangs, skin, and scales of monsters, all that can find the price. Lori offers how much it costs. She nods and sells silently. In 3 days of journeys, they were greeted by the hooding of the city, and Kima felt her level to 1256, a harsh stone Kelville. A fortress city that was hiding in a morning haze grew before her eyes. Laura shines with joy, shows the city, and Kema quarrels. It is enough to run, it's time to turn in line. He notices, the half people around the usual, and this world is felt differently, but only extends his hand forward as 2 guards sharply become on the way. One of the guards persistently demands a certificate in Chemi, only so they will let in the city, and again repeats the question, and then turns his gaze to Laura and is already waiting for her answer. A certificate is a special card that certifies the work, rank, and status of a person in society, she explained, and also added, Chem can receive such a certificate in any guild. Suddenly the guards are interested in how he still survived without a certificate, and an alarm is spilled inside. Paper is needed as air for work and trade. The young man says that the stranger from the far country has heard nothing about these strict border rules. The voice trembles from excitement, and his eyes are looking for understanding. Warts advises him to visit adventure seekers. There will be issued a status and a map that smells like fresh paper and can become a key to dating and recognition. Kama asks whether it is really possible, and he has answered. If the boys become robbers, then there will be much more problems. The gate of the city is almost behind. The guy thanks the guard, as suddenly the guards stop him again, sharply staring at his clothes and are interested in where he came from here. Laura joins the conversation, and from her mouth sounds, as soon as they arrived from the northern forest, the clothes still smell of needles, and traveling dust is heard in the voice. Hearing this, the guards explode with laughter. It is heard, as if mockery are swollen through the cold, humid air. This forest is called deadly. Even experienced adventure seekers often do not stand here, and some with a bitter smile whisper that the baby would come up more tempting. The breathing of the forest smells an anxiety, and the Kama, anger, boils in the chest, moves away. No one warned that these thickets are swallowing careless. A noisy guild hall meets guests. Behind the stable, among the smell of ink and old scrolls, a girl in the name of EFA leads her eyes and is gently interested in whether they visited their documents. And it was just an idea. She faced 2 mysterious figures, alien history. Strange movements, looks silent. All this squeezes her breasts anxiously. Camus recalls that they were sent to the guards and is interested in work. The girl explains with a smile. Here they pay for the tasks, and the amount depends on the rank in the guild. Beginners start with the lowest G rang, perform 5 tasks to obtain F rang, and then adds FF. From E ranga and above, will have to take an examination for an increase. Although the guy realizes that he will have to start with the G rang, even having strength, the girl gently explains, their guild keeps trust, so they avoid adventures. An unexpected understanding. He will have to start from scratch, like everything. And suddenly the voice of Laura is pouring in the crowd, like a spring bell. According to her, more completed tasks give a higher rank, which means more income. So it is worth grabbing as much easy tasks as possible and not waste. Seeing his expression, the girl thought that she slapped something extra, but the guy only shrugged and explained that he was surprised. Something was finally sound from her. Suddenly Effie catches himself in thought. The guy is too sure as a newcomer, and rejects this anxiety like dust from his shoulder. Suddenly it becomes clear. She feels like everything around takes shape, and step by step gives their actions expressiveness and order. At first he demands from Laura and Kama to pay 30,000 leopard, and if he does not find the money, he offers a receipt. The guy understands immediately. They have no penny. The intention to sell the prey monsters pierced the air. The girl shuddered, as if from a cold breath. Her eyes were widely revealed from surprise. She offered Barzi 40,000 for everything, but the cold in the back reminded, to deal with a stranger is dangerous. Kelville is trusted by the one who holds his word, reminded the silence that trust here is more important than gold. After watching the signatures carefully, she presses the seal and certificates that respond only to the magic and touch of their owner emerge from under the fingers. The warm card to the touch. Laura gently twists it in the fingers, grabbing the ray of light sliding on a shiny surface. Suddenly, Kama says, now it is probably a desire to act, and is already beginning to build an excuse. Looking at the bulletin board with a rustle of paper, they chose the task, to collect the caterpillars for 1,000 leopards. The heavy exhalation of Effie fills the air fatigue. The colleague casts a look. She is really tired, and does not argue with it. The girl's thoughts are involuntarily slipped to Kama. She notices the guy chose the hardest task, and Effie imagines with a smile as he already runs back in tears, and a colleague grunts. A girl with a character is clearly not all right. Suddenly the camera returns to the guild. There is a fuss. A report on the task is rained. Through the warm world, the smell of fresh parchment and gray smoke is felt. The surprise slides on the face of Effie. It is certain there is some mistake, but the seal of the customer is difficult to press on the paper and convincingly refutes doubts. It extends 2 silver coins that shine in the palm of your hand, along with the wishes of good luck in the next trial, and 1,000 bars call silver. As soon as Kima disappears beyond the door, the girl aligns her back. Her eyes blink in anxiety. In thoughts, he splits. Who are these people who struck her so much? The city is noisy around, and he, looking back at nightlights, remembers. He heard a number for 2,000 bar. Laura is silent, and he, feeling her silence, whispers, "Something happened." The smell of a crazy city pulls a girl to luxurious restaurants and resorts. But Kima quietly explains, there will be no such thing. They move to a cozy crescent tavern, where it smells like cinnamon and fresh bread. The noise of the adventures spreads between the tables. Kima feels every movement attracts unnecessary glances, and suddenly the voice from the back calls them newcomers. Before her stood a girl named Ash. In her hands the keys were swollen, and in her voice there was a certainty. It is this girl who controls and possesses this tavern. Cheap rooms seem quite good, and the hostess calls after. The table creaks deftly under the palm of his hand when he gets acquainted with Asao, and smells quietly in the air. Subsequently, when the air in the room smells fresh, it brings dinner, and Kama is wondering that it is for the dish. The girl with a smile replies, "Here is a regular frog sandwich." When Laura learns about the frog, he states that he is not hungry, but the guy laughs. Enough Vita is time to take food. She feels the aroma of the fragrant dish envelops the tongue, and immediately smiles in delight in taste. The heart almost jumps out of the breast, the girl confesses, and the guy returns to Ashi, and a little embarrassed recognizes that it was incredibly, and a warm glow spills on her face. The owner of the establishment with a warm smile confesses how to hear it joyfully that the guy felt the hospitality of the city, and, leaving behind the plume of perfume, quietly disappears in the crowd. Kama is leaning to Laura and asks the goddess, but in response she only asks to admire it more often. Their conversation, light and playful, suddenly catches the interested views of men from the next table. One notices how Kame boldly winks Ashi. The other whispers, who does not tolerate the bundle, but they just decide to study the guy. The third puts their hand on their shoulder. The idea is flashed in the eyes. In front of the Kemim, a glass of beer is lowered. The offer to drink at another's account sounds quiet, and the foam in the glass sings about the generous mood of the stranger. The attempt to refuse is lost under the mocking whisper of Laura. At his age, they say, everyone has long been familiar with the bitter taste of beer. In order not to ignite the quarrel, he agrees and swallows the drink. The tongue remains a spicy taste Kami liked, and the man nods approvingly. Well, he says he will pay himself. Certain he will be able to drink that guy to the loss of memory, so that he was buzzing for his shame for a long time. Cayman eagerly drains the mug behind the mug, and the man is surprised, shaking his head and knocking his fingers on the table, watching each sip. It is not possible to allow him to drink to the bottom, so he asks the waitress of beer, and the man sounds several more times. Let them bring the mugs. 2 hours have passed. Alcohol is burning blood, and here it falls from a chair. The air is filled with a sharp smell of vomiting. Under your feet is heard a deaf knock. The surprise grows. Did the newcomer manage to drink such a stubborn man? Colleagues, calling it Aniki, gently drag, and it requires a continuation. Kamu is burned by the flames. His immunity does not allow his immunity to be drunk. The drink flows throat, but does not bring neither fog nor heat. Suddenly, Asha's voice is heard. Is he resistant to alcohol? The feeling that the girl was too approaching flashed inside, but her lips are not able to pronounce it. Ash confesses that she likes the fun evenings with drinks, and more than once she left behind those who considered herself a real connoisseur. Few were catching up with her cheerful pace. Noticing Kima drinks, her heart was awed. It seemed that fate led them nearby. Suddenly, Asha changed and apologized to the rudeness, but the guy just smiled and asked not to worry. The girl suggested to leave it in secret and disappeared, and for Kama, cheap taverns since then have become the most loved one. Ash, looking into his eyes, whispers that fate brought them together, calls him sweet. The touches are pulsed by heat and both dissolve in proximity. It squeezes it more, admitting that it cannot be restrained. Kama slept, hugging a pillow, and suddenly he fell out of bed with a roar. It was at this moment that Laura found him. "Do not frighten so in the morning," she asks, and the guy looks in surprise. What is angry? The girl remembers his conversation with Esau, makes indifference, trying to prove to himself. There is no jealousy. The Kama is stuck near the bed, pressed into the pillow, but is rigid and inconvenient, so she asks Laura if she will be able to make softer futon, explaining what she wants. Easy money will appear if it does things that can be sold. Such confidence glows in his eyes, in the movement of his lips and an impatient gesture of hands. The girl replies, "A stranger here, only the maids of the goddess can go. You break the rule. There will be a punishment," and Kama catches this look. Everything becomes clear to the slightest hint. The level has increased to 1335. The road to the gilding of the air of air is filled with tension. There is already a sinister anarchus, even walls tremble. Thanksgiving sounds quietly, but in response only. Lost by accident, it is necessary to revenge. The sparks of excitement are already flashing in the eyes. Men go by farewell so that the cat is kept cautious, and inside the sensation, this man will not retreat. It opens the window and looks into the Annika statistics. In the eyes of a man, only the 60th level flashes. But Laura is quietly explaining. For a simple traveler of the 20th or 30th level, his strength is felt threatening, like a roar of thunder behind his back. She says that the 3-digit level makes someone important from the person. And now Kama understands why he is looking strangely with his 1335 level, and Laura nods and encourages him with a gentle look. As soon as he was in this world, the guy felt something strange in his palms. The rare gift of magic was revealed instantly, although he did not expect such luck. A fresh ad is hit into the eyes. It is necessary for the training of fire magic, as if someone had invented this task specifically for them. But suddenly the other voice sounds in the crowd, cuts the air sharply, and everyone fades. The eyes are looking for who dare to declare it. Stretching to the sheet, he rotates. A girl with long ears, a dog tail, the smell of herbs and wool stands next to him. He has no doubt. Before him the Gertosten. Determined movement. The girl extends the sheet, the guy disrupts it, the paper crumbles between the fingers. The smell of fresh ink is barely audible in the air. Kima suggests her task, pretending to be the true desire to take it. In addition, it is gently reminiscent that there are many orders ahead that is just waiting for their hands. The girl sighs. 3 orders in a row is lost, although the flames possesses like no one. But she accepts a new task from the boy, and her eyes are inflamed. The warm words of gratitude take off from her mouth. She promises Kami forever to keep this moment in her heart. "Do not exaggerate," he asks. And the girl goes, leaving the slight aroma of perfume. Suddenly Laura asks why he is so with others, and with her, no. And the guy confesses that he loves lovely and polite. In the smell of hot metal, the girl with her ears enters the shop. And Mustan thanks her for his devotion and help. The voice sounds warm and sincere. The smile appears on his lips. The thoughts are spinning. She is worth nothing, and even 4,000 leopards will not move out of place. The man knows, if you add a little magic to the work of the furnace, smoke from falling debris will be almost clean, and the air around it will no longer be so heavy. Raw garbage is heavy from moisture. To burn everything, a lot of mana is needed. The girl quickly collects a pile and causes a fiery ball. The flame flares. The garbage is quietly cracking, covered with smoke. Smoke from 20 new bags fills the air, and irritation compresses the heart. It can no longer tolerate this stench. The man starred, bewildering that the finding is accidental. It would swear to turn everything in full and whisper, they say, sincerely believes in the kindness of her heart. The girl turns away with a bitter doubt in her own power, but the guy asks if she is really lacking in magic. In response, a pulsating ball of fire flashes under her palm. The girl suddenly falls to the ground, confesses through the breath. The mana has exhausted, and the man thanks to her in a warm voice. The money slid into her palm, but the girl is questionable. Why only 300 ingots? The man replies, "If all the garbage is not burned, then according to the rules of the guild, the task is considered unfulfilled." His voice is cold, like the wind among a pile of ash. In addition, he emphasizes, for her suffering he gave 300 ingots, and the girl, inhaling the caustic smoke, notices. The garbage ordered to burn more than it was indicated. The man rotates sharply and smiling mockingly says, She is not a real magic. No one will even take it to work. She is reproached that with such naivety, it is better to forget about magic. Cold words cut. She holds her tears, but finally runs out, leaving behind the smell of her hopes. City dawn noises have wrapped up the girl's thoughts. What to do when there are only 300 bars in his pocket and you need to pay for the room now? Suddenly, a stone slid under the foot. She stumbled. The girl falls to the ground. Darkness tightens her eyes. The ears catch the distant voice. The weakness squeezes. The mana is exhausted, and consciousness slips through the fingers. As the girl opens her eyes, Kem immediately catches this movement, rotely looks, listens to her breath. The girl is sharply picked up, strenuously staring in the face of the young man, and Laura suddenly recognizes them. He hastily assures she does not threaten her, and then calls herself and her girlfriend. The girl quietly calls her name, timidly apologizes to the female, as if her voice was barely rustling in the air, not wanting to bother the mistress. It seems that the boys are strange, but there is no evil in their actions. There is some order in everything. The icy fire erupts into the Laura from the inside. This story does not give it rest. It is impossible to apologize, and Kama only bows her head in silent agreement. He proposes to notify the guild, and the female confesses he himself has been attached to such conditions, so the complaint is unlikely to make sense. Laura jokingly suggested to take out all the garbage, hinting at her husband, but the guy only twisted. Her jokes sounded really awful. Her voice trembles when she asks whether he really allows you to win, and anxiety in the air is like a sharp smell of thunderstorms before the storm. Uncertainty appears in his eyes, and the girl quietly says, "If you do not help, I will do everything alone." And suddenly the guy grabs her by the hand, stops movement. Kim's verse confesses. It is not certain whether the girl can handle herself, asks him to entrust him and casts his eyes full of care. Laura's smile warms the air, and they move together to the workshop. The guy asks the female to wait at the entrance. She nods silently and remains, watching them. At this moment, gold coins were ringing in his hand, and the lips of the man stretched into a predatory smile. It is easy to stroke around the finger of such trusting guests. Suddenly, someone's loud appeal is heard in the air. It rotates sharply, feeling the heart fades. The man asks who they are and explains. He came to meet because he knows the girl who received his order. It seems to him that the boys are as simple as his wife, and he thinks to drive them away. The man asks what they came, what they need from him. A friend casts an alarming look and whispers who heard about this meanness. This, the second, just stops him, asks not to weave rumors about what was not, and explains. He changed the details of the order with the consent of the girl. Her eyes calmly confirm it. In the end, he throws the feminine reproach in weakness. His voice becomes rigid, and in the air hangs a bitter taste of dissatisfaction. The man assures that he had only good intentions, did not hope that such a clumsy girl would agree, and even demanded thanks for the chance. Thoughts swarm in Kemi's head. How to cope with the weaker and not kill him. The smile touches the lips, and until the man understands anything, a new idea is cut in the mind. A strong impetus squeezes the guy to the wall in his look, indifferent. They say, Kama let him take the highest rank and crumble the store. He does not hurt. The man squeezes his fists. His voice breaks. He asks if everything is already said. Anger burns in his eyes. By someone repel, asking not to cause such laughter. A man who reads them through sharply commands his heroic pranks. Threats fall through their teeth and the guy throws questions. Where are the garbage from the order, where their traces have melted? In a few minutes, the boys find garbage, and one throws the idea of what to do with him. The girl laughs. He guessed exactly what she had in mind. In the opinion of Kama, a spark flashed. It will only be possible to raise the fire if you spend 15% of its power. He felt a passionate magic in his veins. He moves forward as he stands stunned. Surprise swells in his gaze, and the air around seems to be dying. Fiery tongues break out of the young man's hands. The air around the crack, and the smell of the burning will tease the nostrils. The flames pushes the man to the ground. Only silence remains in the oven. And then Kama slowly approaches him. It seems, confidently states that it will soon become the strongest in this city, and in his voice the zeal swells, like the wind that breaks through the narrow streets. The idea of becoming an enemy burns. The imagination immediately draws the consequences that are difficult to survive even mentally. Laura adds that Kama is wonderful, and it seems to the man all this is a bizarre dream that is blurred like a morning fog. But in the end he pleads guilty and agrees to return the money. The guy sighs lightly. Everything seems to have finally settled. Falling a choice, The man first puts 4,000 storms, then adds another 12,000 for a new job, and 30,000 for all difficulties, and eventually 46,000 storms remain in his hands. Kama carefully counts every little thing, and the man asks through his clenched teeth, "If everything came together, then go, not a grove." When I wanted to shake the tension from her shoulders and move from here, suddenly her voice cuts through the air, forcing for a moment to forget to breathe. 3 friends are moving on a bench. Kama proposes to split the reward in half. Laura supports. They give half the female, and she is embarrassed, red with cheeks, and lowers her eyes. The fingers tremble on the account. The girl counts, swallowing saliva. The guys ask in surprise, "What happened?" She confesses. She's never seen that amount. Kema shrugged. He only accompanied, so thank Lori. She is a real lifeguard. Whispered in silence that smelled of a wave of anxiety. Tears shine on the cheeks when the girl thanks shyly. Her voice trembles like a silver bell at dawn. The smell of fresh bread in the air, and he smiles. "Let's have a snack together. There is money." And suddenly in her look, determination flashes, something elusive changes inside. The girl is not restrained and persistently asks for Kemu to take her into the students. Her eyes shine, and the voice ringing hopes like a spring stream. The smell of anxiety in the air. Kama asks whether Thamele will really take it into science, and hears a quiet but confident assurance. From the moment she first saw him, her heart suggested that there is a chance to become necessary next to him, not to feel in vain. And suddenly in the voice of Kema, there is a hesitation. He confesses that the mentor is not ready. There are little adventures in life. She also admits her request truly reckless. She promises to work hard, to fulfill any desire, the task, everything she said, and in her voice, confidence swells like a silver bell of morning drops. From her movements, he guesses, a girl in a hard time, but suddenly, her trembling hand extends him something unknown. When asked by Kima what it is, the girl smiles and says, "This gift is a memory of a father who was a well-known traveler and opened the worlds that are gone. She dreamed of being a little like a dad, watched the adventure, and when she grew up, she chose the National Academy of Magic to grasp the magic world even deeper." Laura asks whether this school gave the world so many famous magicians, and relatives are proud to nod. Real miracles were born here. Sometimes graduates with a guild recommendation can turn to it anywhere. Even immediately start with D-Rang if help is really needed. In order to bring the dream closer, the family studied the textbooks at night. Her eyes were burning. Only silence and rustle pages accompanied her to success. But when it came to magic, the girl was confused. Except for a fireball, she knew nothing. In the end, she failed the exams once after and expelled it. But Femele did not seem. Nadia trembled in his chest, still a chance to start it with a pure sheet. Kima suddenly feels everything has become into place. Now it is clear why the beginning was from the rank of G. The girl quietly acknowledges she has never been created for adventure, the boys. Her last hope. And if she does not, she promised to leave dreams and look for another way. Finally, Femele recognizes he does not want to regret that she did not dare. Kama notices the glitter in her eyes and decides to take the girl in the students. Immediately warns he does not promise to help, but the advice, a few words, like autumn rain, will still find for her. The happy girl thanks, and Laura adds with a smile, she is so incredible. The city streets are noisy, and Laura confesses to herself, the future, like the famille, she has never thought. Cammy at this time catches himself thought. He became a researcher by accident, and now does not know what to advise the student. Suddenly the eye grabs a group of people, then flies a tent with food, there, and invites you to go with him. The girl meets them on the doorstep, smells like a fresh muffin in the air, and asks with a smile whether the guys want to try a loose, still warm round meadow. The smell of fresh baking melts in the air, the guy asks again, and she gently tells, in their tribe, this recipe is passed from kind to genus, like a valuable secret. The flour rush, the delicate hands knead the dough, the edges sprinkle with breadcrumbs, top, thick aromatic sauce, the edges sew, and then puts bread in the oven, listening to the warmth of it. It is undeniable to see such food in the tent. Kima hesitates, but he buys one pack, and the girl, giving her glassy round bread, gently warns, baking is still hot. The aroma of fresh bread pulls Laura. She is advised to taste until she is standing. She bites a piece, and then swallows the loaf completely, and only then someone comes up, worriedly asking if everything is fine with it. The girl sighs. No matter how much she eats, you will not get used to this taste. The guy dares, takes a spoon, and the tongue flashes a sharp aroma of curry. Seeing how he chews bread, Laura asks for a slice, and Kama squeezes a loaf and sharply turns her head, not even let her touch a piece. She rushed to him, her eyes glitter, and in her voice trembles a request. Give at least a piece, share. He begs to let go, but still extends her a crispy loaf. The girl confesses to love to Kem, and Kem feels like caution slips from his heart. The boys go to the hotel, where he said. They decided that the student will settle with them in the same hotel. Between Kem's tasks, she watched the workout of the girls. For the second day in a row, shouts were heard in the air, and the barefoot souls on the ground were fighting. The smell of someone else's coffee mixed with the whisper of the crowd when Effie showed the task of the couple, quietly adding that Lillian's request was from the Golden District. Suddenly, Femel jumped from somewhere, catching a familiar word. Kama carefully asks whether she knows something about it, and the girl with a smile notes, "This trading company is the best in the city. Here they sell the highest quality equipment." The simmer inhales the smell of parchment and learns. The task of moving luggage. Femuel unexpectedly breaks out of place, shorts it, and the whirlwind disappears. The car stops. The girl squeezes from dust and heat. His hand reaches out, smiles. "Lily Croquette, you have already heard about you so much." And here, finally, they met. The smell of fresh coffee was hanging in the air. The guy asked where she knew them, and the girl answered with a smile. Her friend told about a mysterious adventure seeker, so she did not restrain her and started her own investigation. The topic is certain. The man told her everything, but Lilina confesses. She looked at it, did not refrain from curiosity, and then the house enters all together. Tupit is heard. The smell of the house meets everyone. The girl points to the safe and says, "The key is broken, so you have to move it into the composition and disassemble it into details. Let the metal be cold in the darkness of the warehouse." It seems difficult to her, as if a bag of stones on the shoulders, so the girl imagines how guys, strong Hirschens, will skillfully pick up this weight. It seems that the safe level is quite real. The rank is growing with rank, so the guy asks Lillians whether he can raise this thing. She nods permission because she is sure. He still does nothing. Kama is able to take a nap straight in the safe when the girl suddenly breaks on the cry. The mark is not yet removed. The seal finds himself in his hands. The girl fades with surprise. The lips are open, and the heart seems to squeeze an icy breath. He asks which seal was standing, but Lilina only shrugs his shoulders. It is indifferent, because she could not imagine that he would so mindlessly pick up a safe. She removes the seal with a slight movement and explains. She puts weight protection so that the thing is not stopped. The girl is surprised. The safe was 5 times heavier than her, as he had the strength to lift that iron cargo. Laura admires enthusiastically that Kima is cool, and Lilina asks in surprise why he behaves so unexpectedly. In the end, the guy moves the safe, and the rite is done. Lilina asks if the boys still have time because she wants to talk. They only nod, and then she learns. The guy and the girl in this city for only 5 days. Lilina, catching the adventure fire in his eyes, puts a contract to them, invites to sign a special agreement, believing that big accomplishments are waiting for them. The guy's question about the contract is met by a calm voice. This is not an ordinary agreement from the guild. Lelin wants that the boys are the first to take it for her task. Having reached the rank of C, explains the girl, the adventurer opens the prestige. But at the same time he begins to compete with many interesting eyes. She adds that in their company, such people are also enough, so they always keep the eye on new desperates, catching every movement, thirsty, looking for among the crowd of future heroes. Kami understands. Lilina wanted to accept them as long as she was still. She agrees, shyly lowering her eyes. Suddenly the girl approaches them. Her steps rustle on gravel. The bag with money falls on the table. The bell coins rolls on the wood, Lilina explains. 60,000 ahead. For the boys, he hopes, this will become. The guy thinks and sharply looks at Laura. He is wondering if it is normal to conclude such agreements with adventure seekers. It replies, usually companies begin to invite them to work with D-Rang, but never at the start. The idea fell like snow, that money from a stranger was allowed not only to settle with debt, but also to be nice to immerse themselves in the soft warmth of a new blanket. Returning to Lilina, he quietly reminded that he was completely new in this city. He has not yet had time to get. It is too hurry, and confesses, this idea seems too sweet and it smells like a danger. Lilina exhales, squeezes his fingers in his palms, and finally dares to ask if she is really suspected of betrayal. Kama confesses, only doubts her intentions, and the girl suddenly laughs, loudly and ringing. until the air around trembles with joy. Her voice is light, like a spring breath. "The guy is smart," she says, removes the hood, and he fades, noticing the delicate line of her ears in the sunlight. Lilina confidently states that her veins flow the blood of a rare Nordic race. An intuition instantly catches the smallest notes of strange force in creating. The girl believed, "Chemis has so much power that she hides her inside, as if it were a heat in ashes." Suddenly Laura breaks into a cry. It realized it without saying a word. Lilina is throwing her gaze. Will he believe her now? The young man thinks, squeezing his fists. Having accepted her proposal, the young man made an advance. 60,000 ingots, which were deftly clamoring in his palm. The guild received a transfer. A debt of 30,000 ingots was repaid, and after 5 tasks, the boys were assigned a rank F. A new beginning was felt even in the air. Kama, circling street dust, shares his thoughts about futon shops, and is already looking for Ash's gaze. And, as a miracle, she is already waiting for them in a cozy tavern, where the smell of spicy bread is heard. "There is one here," she whispered, but Ash has hastily warned, "The prices in this place bite, as long as the air rings dissatisfaction." As soon as you learn about raising the boys to the F rang, pours a glass, puts friends at the table, raises and calls the holiday, in the air, the aroma of tart wine and expectation falls in the air. The unusual excitement squeezes him, so he shyly casts a look at the ash, catching its movement and the elusive aroma of perfumes. The girl pushes Kimmel to quit a glass, and when he asks if they started drinking after work, only throws with a smile that cleaning is the care of the staff. Ash smiles and resembles the slogan of their tavern, cleanliness. While the guests are laughing and celebrating, the staff should have time to enjoy the work too. In her eyes, sparks flash when a glass appears nearby. There is a smell of a strong drink in the air, and movements become more fun, lightweight like an overwhelmed wind. Suddenly she rushes to his neck, hugs firmly, and Laura squeezes, feeling the sharp taste of disgust on his lips. In her breast, she squeezes in surprise. She did not expect such frankness from Kemyashi, and anger is smoldering in her eyes when he flirts too clearly. Laura again swallows a charming drink. I am sure that her height remained unchanged, though he has already swells in her chest. Suddenly the girl fainted. Ash was shining, they say, not able to drink, but the guy moved after the thought. She has resistance to poisons. Ash is calling the female to join the glass, and, having felt the tension in the air, finds a quick justification. They say, Lori will go. The girls have gone, and now the room belongs only to them. The verse air is filled with indecision and soft light of the lamp. The girl laughs and says that he looks like a true seducer, and in her eyes the wine shines, and the gate becomes shaky. The unexpected kiss of Ashi in the cheek and her whisper, "What kind of cute?" is knocking down his thoughts. The evening blossoms before the imagination, and the heart jumps from unusual joy. If it relaxes too much, everything will go away in the other way, because it controls everything here. Ash gently assures that he will not make him drink more, and ask not to worry. Suddenly, he drops several things, exposing the skin, and whispers, "Can allow him all he wants." Ash drops the clothes. The air around is tense, when the guy rushes to her, trying to hold. But her movements are unwavering, crazy. It seems that it does not capture him at all. Indifferent and silence in his voice speak for him. The girl with a smile suggests meeting, but Kama shakes her head. Says it is too much for him. He just wants to know her closer, hear her voice, and see sparkles in her eyes. But he later confesses that these things really capture him, and warm interest is heard in his voice. Kema confesses for the first time, and the warm sparks of excitement rise in the girl's eyes. Something gentle, unexpectedly touches her heart. In a thin voice, the girl asks not to worry. She will not even touch it, nor crumbs to her mouth. She slowly drops her clothes, stands in front of him, and the guy fades. Her heart is pounding. In his thoughts only her beauty, which pulsates in the quiet tension of the evening. Ashi's warm palm lay on her chest. He asks a verse whether he can feel her heartbeat. Cami cheeks are burning. The heart beats loudly as it does. Excitement swells in the air. A warm kiss broke out of the boy's mouth, and a girl with a wicked smile said that it would be unfair if only she was left without clothes. Kema answered the movement, dropping all his clothes. Ash lies on the cold floor, asks to enjoy her body, and the girl from her lips tears a quiet moan. Eyes open, a familiar bed. The sheet smells of home. He sits down, inhales the air, and understands that a polite glass turned into a bust yesterday. Remember how everything was confused with Asao, and he, when he sighs heavily, just fell on the bed in his room. The palm shrinks into a fist, a smile plays on the face. Everything is really, it's not a dream. But here, just by the hand, evil Laura appears sharply, and the air will darken. Kems looks into the sky, praises the gentle air, and asks, "Do not blink. Let the sun remain on your face." Laura stops her gaze, confidently says that she knows something unspeakable between him and Asha, and in her words a sharp taste of distrust is heard. But the guy replies, "Even if it is true, she is not in this case." And she nods silently, swallowing her words with a wave of tart silence. The girl decides, if the boy likes the rudeness, she should be kept watching him, because her subscribers cannot disgrace themselves with shameful actions. In the air, the alarm. Kama realizes that the explanation is superfluous, and only worries whether Laura will not bother the image. Carefully gets out of bed, the blanket slides on the floor. It seemed to him the girl is lonely because he forgot about her, and without hesitation, hugged her, inhaling the sweet smell of her hair. She assures her not to worry. He gently says she also likes him. The girl slowly calms down, her breath is leveled, and he quietly decides, that's everything. There will be no further. Saying again that he really likes Laura. He watches her lips and looks at the window in a confusion without finding words for answer. Suddenly, Kama asks to touch her, and Laura is surprised to catch himself in thought. How their conversation came to it. He gently reminds, it all started with her jokes about his passion for obscene. She does not feel pressure. He agrees to the touch, only a little, and they quietly sit on the bed. The touches are careful, soft. The room spreads the slight aroma of her perfume. The touch is light, the body is tense, but under its fingers hides softness, as if in the middle. A velvet wave. Laura is confused, lost in questions, and, barely audible, asks whether he has delayed his hands on her too long. The distrust flashed in her voice. What are the levels in general? What did they come up with? Kama just waved her hand. It doesn't matter. Don't pay attention, she said quietly. Laura looks at Kamu because he began to massage it too frankly. He tries to apologize, and she confesses. The feeling was pleasant, but he is embarrassed and quickly going to go. Despite this stop, he feels there was something warmer between them than it was. As if suddenly the air was filled with freshness of spring morning. The corridor is a step, and suddenly the memory. I forgot to thank the female for the help of Lori. The doors are gently red. He comes to her. The girl in a thin shirt has a hurry to pull her clothes, notices her eyes and quickly shakes her hands. The cheeks flare up with a blush. The air fresh and cool penetrates through the open window. Kama turns away, the light glitter of courage in her eyes, and says quietly, her body is a real beauty. And in response she is a gentle and anxious name. The doors are ripping in the air, her palm pushes him out, even though he thinks a little before going without a knock, because a prudent person does not do so. The doors open, and three go outside. The city sparkles with lights. The Homer calls them to the shopping malls, where soft beds smell novelty and promise comfort. 50,000 leopards are torn in water. Splashes fly around. Luxury spills in every movement, as if it were their wild paradise. But suddenly, Kama remembers. You can turn to Laura for futon for divine lessons. And he quickly understands. It is unprofitable, as if the warmth of the blanket in the winter that is not enough for everyone. The vanilla smell of ice cream is attracted by the vanilla, so the couple takes on the horn. The guy asks if Famille does not want sweet, but she smiles gently. Let her not worry about her. He says that if he allows himself such a luxury, then heaven will punish her. She even seems to be a roar of thunder somewhere there outside the window. She suggests to buy her something instead of apology, but the girl just smiles and gently refuses, as if a light wind blows his words. But a girl with a smile says there is another shop where she really wants to go. In the cozy light, Laura finds a collar and demonstrates it, stretching in his hands. In the smell of metal on the neck, she hardly states that it is not a collar, but a necklace. And suddenly behind her back is quietly squeezed Femel. With a slight ridicule, the guy asks if she liked Laura, and hears a short no in response. Kima proposes to sell him 2 necklaces, and the female inside is getting angry more. She explains. A beast collar is like a brand, a sign that he is someone. The guy guilty says he didn't know it. She was gently saying that it was not his guilt, and carefully dressed the gift, feeling a soft fabric on the skin. The smell of new fur twists in the air. The girls ask what they look like. The guy looks silently and says that the collars fit both. Subsequently, he goes to the store slowly, and the door is quietly screaming in silence. Spices on the shelf are shining with modern labels. But later the thought slides further. Even the goddess happens here. So what to be surprised by spice wanders? Kimmy is worth going outside. The human crowd worries the sea like the sea, and suddenly the girl turns to travelers, easily lenses, thanks that they are all here. Suddenly she plunges into details of the task. It's time to learn how to overcome the insidious crab, and the heart begins to beat faster. The guy asks what happened, and Famila is surprised. Does he know nothing? Girls with anxiety explain. Here wanders a fierce, dangerous crab. It is said that the world will boil the crumbs of EF rank. During reproduction, they stick the shore with whole waves, choke the claws, and raise a salty breeze in the air. A familiar guy was mentioned, he clarifies. Crabs migrate directly to the city, and girls reassure, no harm, because the city is protected by strong soldiers. Kemi is wondering if the crab can be cooked here, but in the end the aroma of warm futon outweighs. You can think about food. The store smells like a fresh tree, and it asks the best futon. The seller immediately shows the pride of the whole hall, a large, spacious futon, like a separate bed. Soft, like a cloud. 43,000 ingots. Expensive, he thinks. But the seller smiles at a cunning. It is a work to order, promises incredible magical feelings that a wave runs all over the body. Reviews and thoughts sound in the air, but the man only goes away, letting the boy feel all his own soul. Kimmy quietly suggests Lori to lie down, but he only sighs hard and falls on the bed, as if fatigue is pressing her on her shoulders. Lying under the blanket, it suddenly falls into the void. The body floats, as if the clouds are gently picking up and carrying up. The girl's fatigue is dispelled in an instant, and Laura wraps the soft, still unknown warmth of comfort. It seemed to him that she was exaggerating, but when he lay down on the bed and felt it gently hugging the body, he realized it was necessary to take. The bag with shopping presses on the shoulders, and Kama remembers the girls and allows them to go near. The night smells of bread, warms warmth, and someone falls asleep, listening to his breath. He hastily explains that it was a joke, and suddenly the streets of the guard come from the street. The crab has already fallen to the city. Just under his feet, the crab slipped out. The paws click on the sand, the eyes are flashing in the sun. A crab suddenly rushed in front of the boys, jumping just before Kim. He realized what kind of monster was turning the end, and with a glitter sword in his gaze. The sword with a whistle cuts the air, the guy cuts the crab, and from behind his back comes a cry. Another crab scrapes with claws and sticks straight at him. Kenan Sharpco pulls on himself a blanket, but suddenly the bed with a roar collapses, and all heaviness falls on his shoulder. The crab deftly fluttering on the ground, and with it the hopes of the boy are lowered. In vain the money squeezes the heart. The girl gently touches the shoulder, silently looking for words for comfort. Tima laughed, and the girl justified. It was accidental, they say. Let him go to the guild and get her money back. Everything is fine, he answers, and meets the problem with quiet stubbornness, driving away a child's habit of complaining. Kema, burning anger, promises to destroy all crabs. He just learns that they are waiting for the city walls. He immediately rushes into the site of fight. The guards were desperately restrained by the monster, and whole lava crabs climbed into the city gates, clapping the claws on the stone. Some soldiers defended, holding the dragon's shoulders. Others squeezed their weapons in the palms, feeling the heaviness and cold of the metal. The cold blade is put into the shell of the crab, and from the side came. The crab should be torn. Suddenly, a shadow hangs over everyone. Kama flies through a salty wind. Steps flash behind. Everyone rotates sharply as if they are hearing danger in the air. Now blood is shed, he threw, and rushed into battle, as if a predator who felt the smell of the victim. In one fell, all crabs fly into the air, rustle with claws. The soldier shouts in surprise that Kama behaves inadvertently, and suddenly the crab rushes again behind. Noticing this, he rushes in response, and Kem understands that the dust inhibits every movement, so it is time to wrap it in favor. The leg soars in the air, the mud is flying splashes. His blow hit exactly the target. When the cramps are closer, it throws the fire. The flames are climbing along the skin, driving away the pain, pushing the heat of pushing everything extra back. The views of the soldiers are directed at him. In the air trembles the whisper of admiration. Someone quietly asks who this brave man, who challenged everyone. They are confident in victory, they say. Let it be the number. The decisive battle is already ours. It's time to end. Kems quickly straightens with the next party, but immediately gets a strong blow to the back in his back. He throws it on the sand while he is looking for new crabs. On the back of the dragon, a man asks for him to free the road, gently squeezing the scales. In the air heard hot breathing and slight breathing of smoke. He just waves his hand. Go from here. Do not waste my time on disputes. From this confidence, a man smiles and offers a couple. Will anyone be able to move him out of place? Suddenly, his hand grabs the dragon by the tail. The scales rustle. The heat from the body burns the palm. At the same moment, he throws a man with a dragon to the sky, exclaiming that he had done it with delight. Even the air ranges from his fun. The branch cried under his weight. People twisted around, worrying and shouting him with a captain. Behind Kima, a large crab appears unusually and releases a blister while the guy grabs the air and thinks that he has already bent. The transparent bubble suddenly closes the guy in a trap. Through the noise and screams around the words, he got into this poisonous trap. Goodbye. Run away all, until it is too late. The same guy just looks at them, no muscle shudder, and suddenly the air swells, the bubble flakes. Someone understands. Chem does not take even poison. There is a dark shadow behind the back. A giant crab clicks claws, but a flame wave with a beetle in his hands cuts the air, and the monster disappears into the smoke and the smell of burning. Suddenly, two crabs rush from behind. The tight claws squeeze the neck and a window. A new force. A poisonous substance flashes before the eyes. Crabs suffocate, falling heavy seashells on the damp earth. People whisper in surprise, suspecting they are not a person. Noticing this, the crabs rustle with shells on wet sand. The guy has mockingly wondered if it is all that they are capable of. And at this moment, one of the crabs stops, looks. The courage in the look of a person blinds even under the sink. At the moment of the back of Kemi, something big and predatory lowered with black silence, which made the air thickened, and the heart knocked on the chest. The whole subsides. It is already called the Boston Crab, and someone from the crowd shouts the boy, "Run!" The crab looks straight into Kami's eyes and whispers, "Many were seduced by my meat, just took death with him." The claws are crossed, the eyes shine. Here is the one who is worth the real battle, and the heart knocks so loudly with joy. Kema rushes into the battle, seeking to take revenge on his bed. A flame flares up around, the smell of burning, a noticeably trembling in the air. The flame fades, and nothing has happened to the crab. And suddenly the guy pushes the invisible force, returns, quickly breaks up on the scraped crab claws, and suddenly beats from above, like a storm. Blue breaks the sword in an instant. Kama fades with a surprise, and in the same second the crab waves with a claw and throws it away. The air rings from the impact. The earth stifles the guy. He jumps and falls again, and when Kima rises and exhales, a heavy breath hangs in the air. The bitter taste of anxiety fills the hero's chest. He feels everything goes wrong, only clouds on the horizon. Suddenly a voice cut through the silence, and in the sky, in the golden light, the silhouette of the bird flashed. The elastic arc of his feet touches the hill. The earth here is soft, smells of fresh grass. Then the wind carries a ringing singing of crickets. Henbu met Kama, smiled and carefully breathed in the thick salt air, noted, to rush into a flock of crabs without a plan. The case is unreasonable. Jinib asks to listen carefully. The tough battles have led their royal power. Here every movement, like a sharp blade, only covers the spirit. In memory, he emerged as Kima devoured his brothers, absorbing their strength and experience, like a dark river that carries all the alien in itself. The rooster looks and asks, "Just believe us. Let the wings deal." After that, he confesses, he does not want to see the guy die to the battle and flies into the sky. Kama does not notice Henbu, throws the sword on the ground and inhaling the dust, prepares for the fight. The crab sharply lifts the claw, but the guy bounces immediately, feeling a sharp salty breath and rustle of waves under his feet. The determination broke out inside. The guy remembered the strength gained in the forest silence, and allowed them to ignite right now. The drill bit turns into a whirlwind. Every attack bounces, ringing metal, and the air around buzzes. A powerful outbreak from the Yurgla is swollen by the body, and it rushes forward. Crazy, like a storm. Desperate courage burns in the eyes. The power of the impact merges with the art of battle, and the guy attacks, and the crab does not move out of place, stubbornly believing that he will withstand this invasion. Kama strikes in response to a crumpled bed. A spit of clothing breaks off. A barely tangible noise of rustling fabric fills the air. A powerful blow cuts the air and gets into a huge crab just in the forehead. To hear the crunch of the shell, the splashes of salt water fly around. Instantly, the monster flies in the air, as if he had picked up a simple but devastating apricot, and the roar of the blow was opening the silence. The crack flies back, falls on the shell, and Kama wipes the sand out of his face and smiles in a confusion. Did it really work? The crowd looks with admiration for the winner who escaped from the Boston Crab, and Kima exhales easily. Everything is finally behind. In the air there is still an echo of the struggle. Suddenly, the guy's hand is hugged by Annika, and he admits with laughter that he starts to get used to her. When the whole field was filled with prey, the band was called to chefs. Experienced hands were already skillfully speaking over the living crabs, from which the salty sea spirit was barely noticeable. Each of those who participated in the battle flavored a fragrant soup from the crab. In the mouth there was a taste of the sea, and a thick aroma of spices was climbed above the table. Kem, having felt close attention, received the main trophy, the juicy, gentle legs of the Boston crab, from which the spicy sea aroma was pulled. The girls approach, and the guy with a smile notices that they have managed in time. A juicy crab, surrounded by vegetables and tender tofu, shrinks on the table. From the aroma, the saliva rolls. Laura says with a smile that such food is only king, and praises the boy. And Fem studies the plate with disgust, while Kemma quietly asks, "Is she really hungry?" On the lips, it is barely audible to break. About the fainting. The hunger squeezes, noisy in his head, everything floats before his eyes. Laura comes closer, touches the shoulder, and whispers gently, "Choose every moment. Do not give up. There is no room for despair." The girl's words are still in the air. She proudly says that her performance turned out to be wonderful. The guy supports, adding, "Yes, you are right, as folk wisdom says." His voice sounds, "Who does not work? He does not feel the taste of bread." And in the room hangs the smell of fresh baking. Kemma says, "According to the rules, the crab belongs to the one who was fighting, and he does not oblige to share with the girls." And Laura only listens, gladly looking at him as a hero. She promises to start everything from a blank sheet, become a goddess who gives herself without a remains of the case, but only pleading, shared at least the crumb of this path with her. Kima with a smile assures that he only joked, and extends her a juicy claw of a large crab. From her pulls with sea salt, fingers sticky, and in the air heard a gentle crackling of the shell. The taste of the dish trembles on the tongue. Laura admires food, and the guy suddenly imagines her naked, in the sauce, and barely hear her whispers that the taste is just divine. "The smell of fresh bread mixed with a quiet whisper," she asked, and Kima, smiling, stretched her supplement, and lunch lasted in a warm, casual conversation. Through the noise of the crowd, the hero captures women's laughter, blinds with happiness and relief, ringing and warm, like spring rain. And to everything, the chefs of this city also created a lot of dishes, the taste and aroma of which swing their heads. The taste of the crab melts in the mouth, leaving a gentle aftertaste, as if a slow exhale, which stretches a soft plume through the whole body. Kama notices the girl at the gate. Sad. The wind shakes her braids. The look is extinct. He asks what happened, and she sighs. While he fought, she has no chance to help. Femile is compressed inside from the thought that only the burden. She is quietly apologizing for the strange conversation, and Kanes looks at her status with curiosity. After learning the level of the 17th, the fortune is no worse than an ordinary magician, he thought to encourage himself, as suddenly someone's voice came from the crowd. The girl, behind the shoulders of two men, thanks warmth from the guild. Kima made a lot for them. During the invasion of crabs became a real salvation for all. But she adds that he was the most fierce in battle, but it did not change anything. Witnesses have muffled whispers. Captain, out of corp. He also fell, squeezing the wound from which blood was tightened. The pharmacist began to apologize, but the girl gently stopped him, quietly explaining. She just had to make sure, because the quarrel was caused by the captain himself. However, after taxes, they decide to thank him for this difficult day somehow in a special way, with a taste of relief and a quiet, grateful sigh. The girl sighs with the hope that everything will pass without new adventures, and Kama takes over in his hands. 100,000 shiny banknotes. With them you can risk again. Finally, it was possible to buy a bed without adventures, and after lunch with a gentle crab, the power was rapidly jumped. The level increased from 1335 to 1535, as if after a sip of cheerful sea air. Suddenly, the voice of females breaks about the burden he is rapidly raising, and Laura, after finishing the story, quietly asks, "Do you really want to make females with your own?" The young man convinces her divine force will open even more skills, and if Laura takes Femel, he will earn even more points of the goddess. The girl thinks and says quietly, "This is real." Laura explains, To master even the first level of magic, it takes 3,000 points of faith. And Kama suddenly realizes that the victims should give as much as 3,000 bar, a considerable sum, and the boy's pocket is determined. He is okay to give everything to get what he wants. Suddenly, a voice subsides. A strange noise erupts in silence. Laura is justified that it is not her, but Kama cautiously catches the crackling above. Something happens on the second floor. From the forest, the chicken suddenly flies and lands on his head, and already instantly turns into a girl who shyly confesses that she forgot to name her name. A goddess stands in front of him. A gentle voice flows between notes. She shares his wisdom and mysteriously recalls his former lessons with Laura, as if he had smelled by old books. The series jokingly calls Laura a pest. She did not change to the crumb, and Kama asks whether the goddess watched them in the forest, and asks not to look at her so closely. Gray claims that as soon as the boy was called into this world, he was given magical absorption, the ability without boundaries, the ability that carries out endless opportunities. Even experienced goddesses, she remembers, are wary of men. He quietly asks what way she meant. Siri returns to Laura and asks whether she has such a gift, the transfer of abilities. The girl is shaking, swallowing saliva and quietly confessing, yes, she can. Kima asks, and the girl explains. This gift allows you to tolerate any ability from one person to another, like the wind, which carries the aroma of another's life. The girl reveals, the power of the monster, which the guy has absorbed, can be handed over to her or to anyone, if he decides. Sari seems better to take advantage of this transmission than to wait for the girl to return the invested money. And the guy nods as a sign of consent, squeezing his fists from excitement. Kima is convinced of her correctness, and asks herself if there is something, except the transmission, that can be done with these abilities. Anxiety is compressed inside this thought. He nodded. He gives 1,000 points of faith. New words and ability to convey abilities are flashing in memory. The series feels it is time, and carefully prepares to go. In memory, there are moments when she looked after Laura in the forest silence, and quietly advises her not to give up and make a little more effort. Siri touches his cheeks, as if sliding with a breath of spring wind, and lightly touches the softness of the skin. She says that the girl would call her lady, and she agrees, only otherwise. Cayman feels this goddess does not know pity, in the look of cold wind and iron firmness. Finally, in the air the smell of farewells. It goes. Steps echo quietly. The next day in the guild, the air swells the excitement. The boy is reported to raise to rank D, and Effie explains with a smile, the case is exceptional. She explains that the rank system is designed to make the adventure seekers a task. So less tears, less losses, and everyone returns to the rustle of leaves and evening winds alive. The girl confesses that through Kima everything suddenly mixed as fragments of glass in the rain, but still in her voice to hear reconciliation with it. The palm of the palm slowly rises, touches the air as if catching a ray of light. A warm handshake, gratitude flashes in the look. In the air vibrates light joy and smell of hope. Suddenly Effie throws the idea. Maybe Laura also raised her rank. In the air, a rush of surprise and tension. However, he warns, they are threatened with a great fine, and here Kima stubbornly refuses. And Laura already feels the annoyance of her cheeks. Therefore, both of them are raised to rank D, and Fee, smiling lightly, passes the task from Lilina, which smells like an adventure. With anxiety in his voice, the girl apologizes for his hurry and begs to help her friend. The task of F-Class notices KMA and with a smile offers Femel help, hinting at easy prey and quick solution. The cheeks burn with shame, but in the end he agrees, and together, quietly translating his breath, they reach the destination where the air is taken with expectations. To meet the girl Koval Leilanon, her hands traces of soot, in the hair the smell of hot iron, and in her eyes sparking greetings. Fumel recognizes the same famous princess in it. His gaze involuntarily is fulfilled by surprise and delight. She is quietly whispering in dark corridors, as if every word is a slight disturbance of wind that leaves a mark in the air. She tells. The princess is accompanied by a giant axe everywhere, and the rumor goes. Many believe that the stop of her skill is already atop. Hearing these words, Lalana's cheeks flash. She compresses her fingers embarrassedly, and says quietly that it was so long ago that it had already been echoed as if it were a distant memory. She nods on the oar and whispers that must follow her. The look is alert. The fingers are nervously sliding on a rough stone. In the hand of the stone, a cold axe, and the eyes of a woman are burning. She confesses that he wants to see his strength, but he only shakes his head and refuses. The gaze slides to the female. It is he who trusts this request, and in his words to hear confidence that this responsibility had already fallen on her shoulder. The confused, Lalana cleared the sword sleeve and in surprise asked what these words mean. Will this girl do the job instead of Kima? The axe fell quietly to the ground, and at this time she saw the females trembling her knees. Having switched to Kama, she wondered in a question if he was sure. Everything would be fine. Famile grabbed Kami by her hand, fell to a cry. She cannot, unable to lift this axe, shakes his hand, and the weight squeezes her shoulders, even try to swing. Not for her. Without listening to her, he quickly grabs the girl by the other hand, throws on her shoulders like a bag of potatoes, and while the girl screams with fear, carries her away. The edge of his eye looked at Elaine. He was quietly apologizing and asking for permission to leave for a few minutes. Such a surprise surprised Leyland. She nodded, and Fim was crying, trembling with fear. The light blush touched the femal cheeks while Kema led it somewhere through the noisy road. The guy gently lowered the girl, and she immediately swayed, strain, and Kema, looking up, wanted to say something. The cheeks flashed, the fingers slid to his face. He was lost in words, not understanding where to start the explanation. The thought was simply confessed to her in her head, but he rejected her as a failed. The female wondered whether he was in mind that Laura was a goddess, and Kima is so strong only because of her power. It seemed that she turned away and mockingly asks if he had not hit his head. Such a reaction would not surprise him, so he sighed and came closer, and the female was silent. Suddenly, the palm strikes the wall behind the girl, and she finds herself in captivity. The scream breaks out of her breast, as if he tears the silence in half. Her body trembled, and the voice asked, "What did you think?" Kama was gently burning her, asked to listen to every word. His palm touched her cheeks, and the girl flooded the sudden warmth of shame. Returning to Themel, he said confidently, "In her eyes a talent shines, and the future traveler promises great accomplishments." The steps were moving, and Themel remained to stand in the fog. She did not expect such a turn. Kima promised not to tell everything, but would be able to awaken her sleeping power. He said warmly with her palm. He said he could help if she desires it. She looked around and confessed. She does not understand anything, but if it adds strength, she will try. Seeing the girl trembles with the whole body, it moved an acute sense of guilt. Her sincere reaction did not leave at rest. Later, he raised Laura closer, leaned to her ear and whispered, "If he passed her strength, whether the troubles arise." Laura immediately assured, "Everything will be fine." While flipping through the screen, Kama already imagined how he chooses the first axis from the Laura catalog. He called the female closer, put his palm on her head, and plunged in her ability. Female went away, holding down for a moment and asking whether it was over. Kama nodded and gave her an axe. Under the focused views of all, she firmly grabbed her arms. She got up awkwardly, shake her hands, but she clapped her teeth, swung and hit the axe on the trunk. The sound of the bends in the air. The blows fell again and again, everyone on the verge of strength. Sufficient power, and under her weapon something split in half with a crash. The fragments were crushed under bare feet. The axe slipped behind her back. The sharp blade slid past her shoulder, and, overwhelmed by the weight of the enemy, she shakes back, barely holding back the fall. Leyland came closer, smiled, noticing in her hands the girl's axe, and the surprise flashed in her eyes. She praised her for his skill and effort. Kama approached the female, carefully asked how she had things, and the girl, flashing her cheeks, told. She barely touched the axe. The knowledge was shed in thought, and it struck her. The axe of the axe lay firmly in the palms, the girl whispered. Whether it is the secret force that Kate mentioned. The guy nodded, the rest now behind her, and in response she shone with a sincere smile. Katha and Leland are finally returning to Famil. In the air the smell of smoke is subtly, and a quiet crackling of the branches heard, and tired steps are mixed with whispering of the night wind. The girl had a hard breath, sweaty palms slid on the blade, and she sank to the floor, leaned on an axe. Fatigue was shadowed in her eyes. Femily turned and quietly apologized, they say. Only one attempt is enough. Watching this, Kama thought that she was harder to keep her weapon through his weak hands, so he raised Femily and praised a gentle voice. Finally, he realized how everything was arranged and quietly apologized that he had drawn her into her experiment. She immediately rushed to deny. Her voice trembled like a thread in the wind. The smile blossomed on her face. She was glad that she could at least help, and then quietly and sincerely laughed, like a silver bell. Leyland cast her gaze on Kimu, and then gave him an axe, they say. Your time came. I listened to the stories of Lilini about the power of this tool, so I want to see what you were capable of. Suddenly, the camera strongly pushed the axe, raised his hands, and asked, Bring your strongest sword and all that you want to get here. Finally, the necessary iron is nearby. Kima carefully rolls it on the deck. A small mountain is formed, and heavy pieces rake in silence. The stone flies into the sky. Behind him, all others tossed to him until the logs were exposed. There was no cod of ore. When the ore rose into the air, Kem's lightning stretched to the sword's arms and twice swollen with the blade twice, cutting the air with a stinging steel. At the same moment, the air tore the crack. All the ore, which circled above, thundered and gnashed, as if it were scattered into pieces. Kama turned, slowly lowered the sword. The ore was still swimming in the air, and finally the stone fell down, opening everything he searched for Leyland. The sword lay in the vagina quietly like whispers. The knees were broken, and the ore fell. The work was overcling out. Leland was stuck, and then a shrill scream swayed, as if she tried to understand. What just happened? Lakana stopped. She stitched a pure ore and said no confidence with a shadow. Everything is not true because problems, just no problem. The ore is too perfect. It seems that it does not exist at all. A quiet breath. Suddenly a sincere laughter. The palm lay on the shoulder of Kima, and the words flew. It was difficult to imagine that he would be so desperate to stay in this cruel world. She wound his hand and leaned close. Already you like, she confessed and dropped the question of working in her workshop. Kima raised his hand, categorically refused, and Leland stretched the words and asked not to rush to the conclusions. Leland signs the paper and sighs. He says, The case is done. It is at this moment that Kama sharply returns to her. The sound of the pen is still swelling in the air. Hearing that she was offered to train in the battles, Famala looked surprised. Her heart seemed to have lost a moment of silence among the whispering of her own thoughts. On this request, Lalana thought whether she knew the place where the air smelled with moss, and the weak monsters wander. It is for training. The palm lay on the chin, the eyelids dropped, and the quiet voice asked the boys to give her a moment of silence for reflection. Then she asked if she could do one service for her. Kima leaned closer, asking what the girl wanted. But she whispered, If you go to the east, passing the forest, you will find a cave at the foot of Bavaro volcano. In the depths of the cave lies a dark bulk layer, burned stones, and it is these treasures that Lalana orders to bring her like seeking a strange heat. The smile shone on her face, she assured. The monsters of the Erang were found there, but it is nothing. These guys will cope easily. Kima nodded confidently. Everything will be fine. Great. The girl was happy, promising to put a special order for them in the guild, and stopped suddenly, looked around and quietly asked the name, and Kakai Kama answered clearly and calmly, calling herself. Lalana repeated his name, smiled widely and promised she would try to remember. Everyone around heard this promise like a sunlight in a cool shadow. The next morning the boys went to the guild. There was a smell of a tree in the air and the steps were barely audible, to take the task of Lalana. The wind pulls the ashes, and Kima, squeezing a new Laura sword in his hand, steps into the twilight to the Bavarel volcano cave. Turning, Femil asked if he mentioned the icy magic. Kima replied that he had heard about the fiery creatures near the volcano, so he thought she would not hurt to find out something new before the journey. He believed that everything new must be completely surrender, to let in the last breath. She just smiled and exclaimed that everything would be fine with her. She was ready in advance for Kima. Easy hand motion, and the girl humbly bowed her head. Her hair slightly slid on her shoulders. A slight aroma of hope was hung in the air. Kama's palm fell on her head, and the magic of the transfer began in the air. Suddenly around the girl's shoulder everything changed, as if a slight trembling had waved. The fascination with force flashed in her eyes, and when Kim took her hand, the girl detained her breath and quietly agreed to try. Anxiety and curiosity were in the air. The staff dropped in his hands, the eyelids closed. In silence light shone, which flashed at the other end of the female staff, cutting the darkness like a shine of rays. She grabbed the icy sword of rest, pulled, and ordered the ruthless enemies to erase the enemies on snow powder. The girl's words flared up at her staff, and sharp ice clips with noise fly all over, smells of freshness in the air. She causes an icy needle. The spell of frantic force with a crash fell trees around, and the latter met an avalanche of icy spears. The trunk was shaken, but did not fall. The surprise draws a shadow in the look of Femal. She silently studies her staff, and Laura and Kima follows how far she has overcome the girl's blow. Suddenly, the cheeks of the female flashed on a shame. The fingers squeezed the staff. She confessed, he did not know why, but just took him into his hands. These words and the act broke from the depths. Laura, recovering from shock, did not hold back the delight. It was incredibly. The breath was intercepted. She noted, perhaps female does not know, but magic is difficult, and in 5 minutes you will not learn anything here. Power does not come immediately like a flash or breath. Kima's warm palm touched the girl's shoulder. You coped, said whispers. But Femile barely had time to raise her hand, starting to deny. Modest, but with the sparks of joy in her eyes, Femile whispered that it was all thanks to Kimi, because his strength helped her, and the guy laughed and assured there was no place for shyness. Returning, he asked if everyone was ready to move to the cave, and in a moment they stopped at her dark entrance. The coolness and smell of damp earth tweeted the nostrils. Kama stepped forward, looked around and noted the brightness around him in surprise. Laura came closer and suggested, the purple glow is topped up from a burning mana in stones. In the dark, several bats rose sharply. The wings of the air were shaking. The boys broke their calm slim. Tiny creatures waved fiery sun wings and flew up, leaving a hot loop of light in the air. The girl exclaimed that it was probably the fiery bats, the monsters of the rank F. And Kima, with a barely audible irony, asked if someone would finally dare to get out of the shadows. A slight turn, a quiet call to Femile. And the girl clumsily stumbled, hurriedly exclaimed that she would give all his strength so as not to let. She stepped forward, lifted staff, closed her eyes. A glow came around. The name of the spell broke out of her mouth, and the icy arrow kissed every bat. Everyone was struck by women's magic. The wounds were burning, life faded, and Kima with Laura stood stunned, when the enemies all collapsed together dead on the moist earth. Laura's loud admiration sounded in the air, and then she said with a smile that Female was already speaking even without words. Female spread her hands in surprise. Calmly, like a rustle of morning leaves, she explained. She was speaking, because she just imagined that feeling last time. The boys looked silently without finding words on her question. She felt her gaze. Kama felt right, she understood it too, but nothing really was particularly much special. But the thought did not release. He looked around and said that he could wait an unknown, and therefore girls should not be behind. She nodded, inhaling the cool air of new anxiety silently. The guy warned the goddess, it is better not to put you in a fight. The girl wandered her eyebrows in surprise, and Laura only waved her hand. They say in her divine dress, she was not scared. Kima asked, what does it mean? Laura proudly said that Agatha's clothes, created specifically for God, and how many times they throw her into fire or witch it, she will remain intact. Kama just turned away and nodded, they say. He understood everything. It was at that moment that a recent scene broke out in memory, and it became clear why nothing happened to it. As soon as they stepped deeper into the cave, paws were squeezed around. The enemy wolves surrounded them, and Kem's rustle called Femile. The girl nodded before the guy had time to say something. The spell merged from her mouth again and again, like a song in a storm. Enemies fell, not even having a breath. Cayman noticed the joy of a girl. A wide smile blossomed on her face. She confessed that she had just been kicked out of magic school, but now happy because it could be useful to someone. It turns, in the voice confidence they say, is now capable of everything. Kima laughs, advises not to rush with ill-advised actions. The girl picks up the consent in the look of a naughty shine. In the dense silence of the caves with a trembling thread, a snow-white mouse was rushing, and suddenly a human hand escaped from the ground before it. The monster with a pork muzzle escaped from the ground and scratched, moving the paws. Trying to crawl out of the dark cave from him was a danger and scary. The monster was barely heard, pulling a heavy body from the ground. Someone came, and this someone, as he noted, possessed the same magic of absorption as he himself. The magical fire broke out in it, and he stated that he would eat the meat of this creature to become stronger. Little bats sitting at the top with their wings and disappeared. The female frantically cut the crowd of monsters, causing ice needles again and again. His hands were already shaking with fatigue, and his breath became more difficult with every attack. The despair squeezed the female, the monster slid to her, and the body frozen as a stone, and suddenly a stone escaped with a death. The sword cut the air, and the monster fell, not having time to harm. A loud cry came to the female. "Put the monsters on me." The girl quickly ran away, nodded, and sincerely thanked Kim. and around the cave, flooded with rivers of strange, shiny liquid. Laura with forceps collected a hot mass in a bag, said that she had left a little, smiled and called Kima, adding, "This would be enough to complete the case." The guy nodded in response. He stood up with a smile, unfolded in the palms of the map, said that today everything has come to rest, and Laura with Femmel agreed with relief. At the Bavarel volcano itself, a cozy recreation area was stretched, protected by a square barrier wall that kept the evil sand further. Kim's nose monsters, and caught himself in mind. Everything was reminiscent of preserving in the game. He spread his bodies near each other, exhaled heavily, and decided, it is time to go to the fire for a moment, to hear the hiss of the pan, to breathe the aroma of the dish. Carefully disassembling the trophy piece, he rhythmically cut it with a sword, spread over the heat of the fire, and immediately wrinkled his nose. The stench is sharp, caustic, his breathing and tickling his eyes. The fragrant meat hissed on a plate. The spices wore on a sharp aroma, and Laura seemed to laugh. The terrible stench disappeared, leaving only the appetizing smell. The CAO was in surprise. The dish was unsurpassed. Laura carefully broke a piece of meat, put on her tongue, and at her smile immediately became clear. The taste pleasantly surprised. The juiciness woke up appetite. Another piece, and soft, like chicken. Skin gave memories. Together with the aroma of herbs, the taste of smoke was even better. Kima was silent, wondering why the taste of wolf meat is so fascinating. The comrades looked at Female. She carefully took a piece of meat, swallowed, and her face was twisting. She grabbed the water and swallowed eagerly, as if escaping from the burning taste. As she sighed deeply, she finally exhaled. Kama was wondering what had happened, and Female, having come to the eyes, murmured in a confused apology. She wanted to eat crazy after the last battle. The boys were silent. Kema with a smile suggested that Femma was still growing, carefully asked about her free time, and then reached out and, barely touched, opened the girl's status. After that, he reported that the female rose to 8 levels in a day. In a surprise, the girl did not find words, and Laura only whispered that such growth is a real miracle here. The distrust flashed in her voice. What are the levels in general? What did they come up with? Kama just waved her hand. It doesn't matter. Don't pay attention, she said quietly. Kema stood sharply and said that it was time to go up and tell Leleni about their promotion. The families supported this, but suddenly the room was shuddered from a sharp, piercing shock. Kama asked with surprise that it was for the sound, and in a moment the wall of the cave was scattered nearby. A giant paw of monster broke through the rock in the rock. A monster escaped from the depths of the cave, laughed, and satisfied. These people are now in his power. In the eyes of Laura, a surprise flashed. Everything seemed inappropriate, and yet she whispered, "It is a fiery element." Kems distrustfully asked what it was. The girl, with a trembling in her voice, said that this terrible monster appears every 30 years and carries the trouble of everyone who will meet. And for the last time, it came out of darkness here only a few years ago. Female broke into a cry. It is necessary to run away because even the camel strength will not be enough if there is no one else. With such a monster alone cannot cope. She said happily, "The main thing, the barrier will protect them. So it is time to retreat and call for help. And then you can breathe more calmly." The monster did not wait. She hit the newly built barrier near the platform, and with a roar made the boys out of surprise. A horrible blow to the monster broke the barrier, as if a fragile shell crackled the air. The boys were surprised, as they flew multicolored attacks in the next moment. The earth ripe under the scratched fingers, the female and Laura pressed more tightly, shouted with fear, and Kicha with the sword walked forward and, throwing the words that delayed the monster, forced them in surprise and confused. Laura's loud cry cut the air. She would not allow the boy to throw just like that. Her words flew sharp arrows. Kamek turned sharply. He was not going to sacrifice himself, let her remember it. He could not give all his strength in battle until someone was constantly pressing on him. Laura's voice cut through the air. Not to say nonsense, because her outfit is not a terrible fire. No flames would leave a trace. The next moment, Laura was overwhelmed by an arrow, electrified by fire. Pieces of fabric were frozen in the air, and touching the cut hair, she realized in surprise, it was magic. Suddenly the gentle hand of the family squeezes the wrist Laura, calls to run immediately, and Laura turns to stop, begs to stop. How to run without a cam? Suddenly the monster looked into them and screamed. He would not be able to escape from him. A sinister smile, A heavy rick, paws are slowly chosen from a dark gaping cave. The unexpected trouble baked the girls. Laura fell into the dust with a knock, and the female, squeezing her palm firmly, pulled to herself when the great Kamenyak and Laura flew to them with a roar. Fimmel's thin voice broke into a cry when she pulled Laura by her hand, and the girl jumped like a leaf in the wind, avoiding a sharp attack. Laura looked around. The stones fell from the ceiling, the cave settled, and the female Krutko said, "It is too dangerous here. It is necessary to run faster," until the exit was completely blocked. The space shuddered. A giant boulder rolled up in their faces' roar, scoring all thoughts and breaths for a moment. The female turned sharply, threw Lori a clear team to jump, clearer her hand. Both flew up together, and the danger was stuck past without touching them. Between the fresh grass, the girls, holding hands, fell. Female looked around, asked Laura if all was well, and she was barely audible through a scratched face. Suddenly, Femmel's gaze came across a completely unexpected. The huge pavement stood the entrance to the recreation corner. The door was hidden in the shade of the stone, and silence was dozing between uneven faces. Turning to Laura that she was difficult to rise from the ground, she heard, "Kamo was still there, behind a stone path?" Laura looked back with fear, hoped that everything was fine with the CAO, and Famille was silent, squeezing the air. Having reached out, she helped Lori to get up and whispered that there was little time. It was necessary to hurry for help, and suddenly in thick air a self-satisfied phrase came, "They did not escape anymore." Famille shuddered and looked around. The uncleanness hangs just above them. A moment, and he fell. The earth shuddered, the girls squeezed in fear. A heavy aura gathered around, and a spooky rick escaped from his mouth. The woman faded on her mouth, the breath of fear. It cannot be, a whispering heart. And just before them the second fiery element is already blazing. The monster squeezes his eyelids, as if he were hiding a secret in the flame. Suddenly, a loud shrill cry sounded, and Laura with Famille struck his ears. The sound cut the air. Famille realized, the chance is scanty, but otherwise she could no longer act. The staff appeared in front of the face, the scream escaped from the chest, and the icy arrow threw sharply into the fiery body. But at once the monster was covered with a fiery curtain, playing with the scales. The panic in the eyes of the girl flashed and faded, but she squeezed the staff even harder. Sharply waved it, and in the air the ice flows, just born of her charms. Crossing his hands on his chest, the monster of influence in the air of a fiery curtain, and the flame shot his rough skin. The girl immediately clear. Everything was in vain. The monster remained stationary in a burning circle. Squeezing his fist, he rushed forward. The wind was in his ears, and sharply waved his hand, trying to get the girls closely. Female squeezed. The feet grew to the ground. Laura's cry, "Tikai, immediately!" The hole cut the air, but the girl pale and did not move. And suddenly the monster cut into her face with force. Female fell to the ground with a loud cry, and the monster was already stretching. Laura shouted in a panic to a girl who lay still, and the insurance has already picked up Female for the edge of clothing. Warm hands picked her up. The girl shouted softly with pain and did not open her eyelids. The forces were melting. There was a breath of danger somewhere nearby, and the body could hardly fight. Suddenly she turned and whispered to Lori, "Run until it is too late." And in the meantime, a stone stuck in a monster's chest and bounced back with the bell. Laura screamed to the monster to take the paws from the girl. She grunted a few more stones, squeezing them in his fists, and she whispered with a smile, "If he did not retreat, she won't escape her goddess anger." At that moment, the monster bent his finger and touched Laura sharply in his forehead. She flew back with noise, the air tied, and in her ears a deaf blunt. The girl fell, grabbed her head and groaned with pain, and a frightened cry of her name snatched from the mouth of Thamile. The monster huddled, staring closely at the Famille, which was struggling in his hands. His hand squeezed her closer, face close, he whispered, not believing that he should waste his time on such a little thing. But probably there will be at least small food. The eyes were filled with tears, and the silence only bitter. From the very beginning she knew. She did not overcome such a strong monster. The voice suddenly cut the silence, whispering not to give up, from which the Famille shuddered with surprise, and the monster was barely noticeably trembling, as if it had a cold. Laura, stunned, whispered, "Is it a voice of Kama?" The monster turned sharply and asked if they were all. At that moment, a new thought broke out in the look of the Famila. She closed her eyes and agreed, "Yes, it is weak, sometimes even in vain." The monster glanced through Well, will you ask forgiveness? And immediately announced it in no way capable. The girl squeezed the rod. She said quietly, "If there is one who is ready to give herself for her protection, she will fight until the last breath." She confessed that this man was not only strong and kind, but also the first one whom she really fell in love. She whispered with tears in her eyes that, until he comes and saves her, death will not touch her. Femal's words were touched by Laura. Suddenly the monster squeezed her throat, breathing heavily, and, hissing, wondered if she said everything she wanted. The girl took another step, looking for a new way out, because her magic seemed to dissolve in the air. It's time to invent how to proceed. The idea broke out in her head. If you collect all the magic at one point, it may be possible to accomplish. The monster grunted, throwing her that everything she was capable of was talking, and maybe fear knocked her crazy. But when the woman squeezed the staff, his end flashed with fire. The girl turned to the millennial ice peak, ordered the enemy to be destroyed, and, shouting the frost with her skin, she again launched a needle. The monster shouted and released a girl from his paws, and Femil flew down rapidly. Laura, without thinking, rushed forward and picked up Small on the fly. The alarming look slid on the face of a girlfriend. "Is everything well?" Femil wrapped her shoulders guilty, confessing that the strength did not leave. Laura was silently admired. Now she would reach both of them. At that moment, Kama flew up like a spring, and the air around her jump. The sword whistled in the air. He was behind the enemy's back, a light movement, like a shadow. And the breath of danger is already standing. The body of the monster was cut. The last breath escaped from the chest, in the voice of distrust of reality, and suddenly it broke out and rushed to its sword. Sparks crashed in the air. The female and Laura rushed to the boy. Their voices trembled with excitement. The guy assured, "Everything is fine." But Femil did not let go. "How is it possible?" Kima added, surprised, that it is hard to believe. The element of the fire was barely flashing. He wondered how to curb the flame, but did not have time to do anything and died. And the boulder on the Kima path cut his sword. The stone flew into piles. The woman looked at him silently, and Laura confessed that she did not find words, only quietly noted. "This is so reminiscent of Kemu. The floor is cold." The girl fell, and in a trembling voice asked if the voice in her ears was not a delusion's. Kem quietly replied that it was true. He really turned to her. The girl dropped even lower. His cheeks flashed. He heard her words. She fell to the ground, begging for death, and Kamal froze, not knowing where to go. Laura threw the boy sharp. He was terrible because although he saved her, he could do it before, not just watch. She was certain. This time the death was side by side, and Kima added dry that he had ruined everything. The thought did not leave. The meal made the impossible. Turning, he saw that she was still sleeping, breathing quietly, and he was sure a real power would grow out of this girl soon. Breathing is still fast after bedtime. She touched a warm voice. Whether she wants to become part of the team, to perform new tasks. An unexpected offer that forced the cheeks to flash a gentle blush. The smile blossomed on her face. She agreed and added, she would leave with them if they care about her gently and carefully. Finally Kim smiled, and suddenly heard a loud stupid behind his back. A few people, like a shadow, raced directly to them. Lalana stood in front, taking a breath, in her eyes, delight and surprise. Did they manage to cope? The fatigue hung in the air, but it is important to know whether they saw a terrible monster nearby. Kama turned and asked quietly again, and then Lana finally told what had happened. With a calm voice, he reported that 2 fiery elementals attacked us. Lalana, when he heard it, suddenly cried away from surprise and asked again, not believing. She turned sharply, quickly told the guards that the case was serious, and the man agreed. "We need to return to the city by help." Kem stopped everyone, waved his hand, and said softly, "Don't worry, I have already deprived them of their lives." Leland squeezed, glowing her breath and asking what he said. The eyes dropped down, the hands pulled 2 small objects. A couple of claws remained if someone needed proof. Lana noted, "You do not confuse such a topic with anything, and although history seems incredible, you will not see a lie in his eyes." The Compania clenched her shoulders, dared to find out the cause of the girl. She strengthened, breathed air with a spicy smell of ashes, and told. 3 days ago she became aware of the disappearance of 2 seekers in the volcano area. Familier asked if it was true. Leland with anxiety hurried to friends. The heart was squeezed with anxiety, and the bitter confession of the female. The fiery elemental ones were already there. The steps were stilted. Kama looked silently in the distance. Lalana sighed. Many adventurers have disappeared, and the heart has suggested she should save everyone, no matter how much they may be. Surprisingly, the fiery elementals have already been punished, and Lalan promised an additional award to the main one. When he heard it, Kama shone and thanked her sincerely. The reward for the elementals was already handed over, and the boys were immediately spoken louder. Their name flew in the crowd, like the wind in squares. While yawning on full breasts, he slowly stepped down the corridor, thinking how the Famila grew confidence. Now she can really be trusted if she needs support. He knocked on the door and asked quietly whether she was sleeping. The door opened. On the bed, a woman quietly complains. The body squeezes convulsions. The sound of her moaning is barely audible in a shaded room. Laura said, "The rise seemed light after all the levels traveled. But when the indicators grow and the body is not accustomed, the pain runs through each cell until the cold gives under the skin." The female seemed to be about to recover, but the girl was only quietly squeezed, trembled. She forgave, assuring that in spite of all the cases, care for her, sincere. The young man gently added that everything is not so difficult and should not worry. The warm hand of Kagera gently touched her head. He said that on such days he could do more for his student. These words were warmed by the soul of the female. Short hair flies to her hands, and Laura asks Kim, "Will they go to the guild today?" The guy nods, and, when he comes closer, whispers, "This new look really looks." Laura's cheeks are burning. The cheeks flashed with fire when she asked timidly whether he likes short hair. The guy nodded immediately, and Laura was even harder, because he added that it was cute because it was reminiscent of a dog, and Laura, laughing, asked if it was a compliment. 3 long days have passed. The Famille leaned on the bed, closed her fingers on her chest, and glanced confidently. The warm ray of the evening slid on her face. Already in a new outfit, she met her in the hallway, asked whether she got better. The girl nodded, waved her hand and moved to the guild, promising to cope with the assignments confidently. The month later, Fem flew into the room where Laura Masakama and, grabbing his hand, hotly urged to look at it. She exclaimed that she had been raised to E-rang. Kama quickly pulled his clothes, praised her, and the girl, smiling, whispered she wanted to see her success. Kima's warm palm slid on her head and she said that the girl was incredibly obedient. The Fema laughed and the guy noticed. Her level grew up by 7, again records quickly. Hima exclaimed that it was necessary to work with the same passion, and Female immediately nodded, supporting her words. In a few days, Femel came again, brought a heavy bag. The coins were raging inside. She proudly showed how much she earned, and asked the boy to count with her. The girls said carefully, there were as many as 30,000 bars. Kamu was surprised. She could not imagine so much. The small bag lay in his palm. He said with a smile that the wallet is loose after the last cause, and then asked if it was not time to dinner. The female gladly jumped and stretched her coins. As a token of gratitude for her studies, she stretched Kimi a small gift. Let him be a memory of their workouts. I embarrassed that it was her life expenses, but she broke. I will cope. Accustomed to difficulties, surviving even on one grass, and laughing her voice in the silence of the room. Suddenly the guy touched her shoulder and gently said that peace was more important than any payment, and he would not take money. The girl was just confused with her eyes without realizing what he means. The sadness spilled on her cheeks when she spoke, as grateful to Kima, and did not stay. So she wanted to do something well for him, and the guy fell silent thoughtfully, catching her words. He thanked the girl for his care but did not disappear. He turned to Laura and she monitored the young man, holding her breath. Laura noticed with a smile how noble did he behave. This guy did not even hesitate to touch the breast. And now, she was frozen in the German confusion while the girl's hand lay on his shoulder and sounded his name. Laura noted that Famile tries with his best, so he has time to learn to trust her more. And yet, to give her a chance to thank, even if it goes beyond the decent, she promised to close her eyes. The surprise was reflected in his eyes. He did not expect to hear it. The girl threw in the air fragmentary, unnecessary thoughts, and then she stated with indignation, "So not suitable, it is rough." Laura firmly said that she would not forgive Kankumi if she made a girl cry, turned around, said goodbye, and the guy remained to stand with his head lowered, closed her eyes and got lost in his own thoughts. Kema returned to the female and said that he had one question to her, to which the girl with a glitter in her eyes exclaimed the consent, urging to tell me faster. Shirtite fabric. And the girl is already in a new outfit, announces loudly. She dressed. Everything she has borrowed in ash. The guy stood in front of Famil and shrugged. Yes, he thinks. The girl looked perfect, but she asked why he chose this image. She seemed to be a little short. The Kamer smiled and explained that in his town, the hospitality of women manifests itself in this way. It is their custom. The girl nodded. She understood. And the guy asked his name to be a teacher, not named. The cheeks flashed with heat, but she said that she would do everything possible. She called the boy a teacher, and Kama remained silent, feeling the slight shame inside. Soon Famila began to clean. He thought it was cool. When the girl quietly reported that she had finished everything, he heard in response, "Wonderful." And in a moment the guy leaned and whispered to her in her ear, agreeing with the words that the teacher wants. The girl bowed her head and sat quietly. Her shoulders trembled with invisible excitement. The gaze slid to the guy, the light movement. The palm called the teacher to the knees, and gently, with a barely noticeable smile, she made it clear that she invited in every sense. The guy lay on her knees rapidly, and the surprise flashed in her eyes. And for Kama this soft touch became the warmest happiness. Her voice touched the guy, quiet and gentle. "Let me rest a little," he said, and the fatigue swelled in every movement, like a light breath of the breeze felt in the air. She answered with a smile that today all his whims are her hands, and let her only try not to trust. Suddenly the door knocked on the door. A subtle voice asked about Koskai Kama. The female shuddered from surprise. Just at that moment the guest stepped quietly into the room. The shadow slid. In a quiet voice, the girl appeared, introduced herself to Roland Gaylord, the younger sister of Lilna, and asked for help. She needed their support in one important business. The words were hanging in the air. The Carno was petrified, hearing the muffled rustle. The side vision noticed the couple on the floor and turned sharply. The heart was crazy. She whispered, if she interrupted them accidentally, explained, "Now she is not here, so they can continue." The woman suddenly exclaimed, "Everything does not seem." After the adventure, friends moved to the guild, watched the task and returned to Lilina, where the girl met the guests with a joyful exclamation. "They did not see you for a long time." Lilina confessed that the rumors of his actions would expand further, and she was sure that her heart was not mistaken in choice. Kima just smiled and said that the girl just decorates reality. Two men have hardly loaded boxes in a cart, and Lilina verse, without unnecessary words, explained. These guys should accompany and guard this chariot. She said that their path leads to the workshop in the mountains lying in the southwest of this place. The task of rank D. The journey will take about a month. Kame nodded. Understood. It was a task for commercial accompaniment. But what exactly needs to be protected? Lilina carefully touched the guy's shoulder, in her gaze. Care. She called him a boy and asked quietly whether it is not better to live, not knowing about the dark things of this world. It punched the guy as if the sudden breath of the wind, to the heart. The girl laughed. Her voice raced in the air and said, "Just an ordinary aura, do not worry. Here they do not distribute anything forbidden or suspicious." Lilina said with a smile that they would pay 20,000 ingots a day until they could cope, and asked if it was not satisfied. The camera replied, "If the delivery lasts half a month, it turns out 300,000 bars. Even for the task of rank D, the amount seemed considerable." "Do you work for free?" Suddenly the girl asked, and Kama shakes her head embarrassed. Lilina quietly said exactly the words that she wanted to hear, and the guy thought that the task was to his liking. Kashimmer promised Lilini to understand. The girl sighed with relief and sincerely thanked for his support. In addition, she said, Lena and the carts herself are moving with them, and they will be accompanied by a younger sister, a fun and restless, like a summer wind. The smell of steel still blows when Femme is in distrust of he is asking. Is it before her the same cold-blooded black sword from Roran? Lilina smiles in surprise, not believing that someone has heard about her. Lilina smiled, assuring that among all his subordinates, she is one of the best sword workshops, so in the event of trouble, let her boldly call her for help. The slight aroma of perfume, smile, and the woman's hand reaches the Roran. Dating is accompanied by warm words like a gentle breath of spring. Rahuna briefly said that she would be delayed for a short time, and added, small clashes would settle herself. As if a wave cuts the peace of silence, the world struck under his feet, the girl stunned, as if he were struck in the middle of a clear day. The Rukon added quietly what she dreams of, and asked if the guys heard about rumors. There were mutated monsters from nowhere. There were already cases of attacks on adventurers. Kamu supported the words of Ryroni. Once on a volcano, they also attacked strange beasts, and the memories of those nights still live in her heart. Rurola reported that she sent the scouts to find out what was happening, but they returned with nothing. No clues that the mutants chat near the highway. The girl promised, "This time the way will be the most reliable, but the danger is still chatting, so going to the mountains will have to take care of caution, and follow every step." Runa said quietly that they are unlikely to need guards. Her older sister is always alert, attentive to every step, as if she were experiencing a danger before she appeared. The lily smiled Ronnie and whispered that her older sister cares for her peace, so her heart is so quiet and easy. Roran cast her gaze on the Kema, said that her sister believes in him so let her not let down. And the guy became quietly agreed, swallowing the excitement. He said confidently, "Do not worry. Soon the girl will see what he was worth." So calmly, as if under the window a linden was blossomed, and the wings of hope were rustling. Rona smiled and charming, they say, at least a hint of his character. Lilina, meanwhile, asked if they could go. The cart gently rolled on the road. Laura with Famil was threatened with cards, and in the air smelled of dust. Laura sighed, they say. It would be bored quickly. But for Famil, a slow journey was a real pleasure. The feathers slid on the paper, and Rona wrote silently. The name of Kima sounded in her head. His sister knows what this guy was capable of, and time to finally look at him. A trolley went through the pine smell, and behind him, hiding his shadows, watched the new moon with a monocloss, stabbed and thoughtful. With a smile, he noted that there were no whole eternity here, and decided to prepare the warmest reception for them. In the tremor of the wheel suddenly, Roran was alert, returned to the driver and quietly asked. It was necessary to put up the course. The visitor's gaze slumped on her face, but he nodded silently. The cart stopped, and Roran, barely hearing the silence, sprouting to the ground. Her voice was confident. To hide in vain. She knows about someone's presence. It is only necessary to get out of the shadow. On all sides, armed guys suddenly emerged, alert, like shadows. They did not take their eyes off the cart. Around the cart, a solid ring of men, Lilina and the carrier froze from surprise. Hearts detained their breath, and anxiety was stuck in the air. A loud laughter of a man, a gentle apologies to Ron, and the light word, ladies. Anxiety played in his voice, because he confessed that they have things now. For food and money, everything would be fine, the man threw. Others laughed, and Marins, having heard the greedy whisper of the robber, clenched her lips and kept silent. The girl quit excitedly that she was in a hurry, and spending time in vain with such as they did not have. Roran laughed with laughing men on the door and promised to even be sweet to them. Let them get the chance to run first. The robbers exploded with laughter. One touched her shoulder and laughed. A girl stubborn. There is nothing to complicate everything. The man was approaching, warmly through. She was even more beautiful, even called Verona with a deaf. In response, the girl said sharply to remove her hands from her. The robber assured that her pretty face should not worry. Only gentlemen gather here, and everyone will take care of her as best as possible. Without warning, the girl sharply pushed her husband, surprised in the air. The clever hand grabbed the sword, and the blade boldly cut his shoulder, and from his mouth a scream of pain broke. On one knee fell, clamping his shoulder. The exclamation fell from the chest. The robbers called the leader, and she threw herself. The girl will die. The deaf cry is heard. The man waves with a weapon, and the girl, barely feeling the breath of the wind near the cheek, elastically bounces back. Marin pushes his palm from the ground and flies to his feet. Returning into the air, the girl rushed forward. The sword pierced a surprised man who did not even have time to move. The leader of the robbers fell to the ground, cumbersome, and people shouted to him. The girl cast a sharp look and asked if someone else had a desire to fight. One of them swore and threw that she had neglected their hospitality. Palm to the mouth, and the wild whistle cuts the air. More robbers appear around, and the leader laughs and warns that the girl will regret, forcing them to be angry. Roran looks at the crowd of robbers and says with fear that their whole pack. It was at this moment that Kem ran out of the cart and looked at Rona pleading. But, after a sword, she agreed after a short pause, and then moved forward, bypassing the guy's side and leaving him in surprise. The girl pushed him sharply into her back. The robbers froze in surprise. The boy carried directly into the very swirl of events, and Kama cast her gaze on a girl who laughed quietly. Roran cast her gaze on the boy and left everything to him, adding that such a salary had to sweat well. At this time, Kima watched as robbers with wild screams rushed into the attack. The hot steel rode past, But the guy caught her bare hands and immediately cut his leg with a strong blow. The air howled. The robbers with the crossbows were fossilized without believing the eyes. And at that moment the guy turned sharply to them. The shadow from the movement slid on the grass. Kimma, like a shadow, evaded every arrow that whistled past him. And the faces of the men froze in amazement while he rushed at the lightning. The hero breaks into battle. Every blow. And enemies fly away on all sides. The cry cuts the air, like a thunder in the middle of the storm. From the cart and the carrier, they kept their breath, and Laura, looking at the boy, whispered, "That's the end of all this." Finally, the robbers fell fate, muttering something through the tied teeth, and the guy threw them sharply. "Shut up." Kama moved to Roran, leaning against the tree, and said quietly that everything was over. The girl quit. With such a crowd it will not be easy, not as she imagined. Kama grunted the answer uncertainly, but she waved. They say, let her not worry. It says she herself. Lilina dropped her eyes on the boys and said that she could now go. The cart, screaming with wheels, stretched forward, lifting light sand under the hooves. Drucklow, the cart stopped. The carrier of rustles near the horses, and Roran clamping in the palm of a vessel with a warm liquid, eaten silently, listening to the night rush around. The thin pages rustled in their hands when someone quietly put the flavor. The aroma surprised and forced his breath. The book froze with surprise. Looking back, she saw Roran, but she said quietly, apparently, already hungry. Mamila apologized, confessed that she was little useful in battle, but the girl waved her hand soothingly. It is not necessary to worry about it. Leaning closer, she explained quietly. The girl is still new here, so you just need to look carefully at the battle and think what can be done. Fimoel, with a fire in his eyes, listens to advice and nods back. Returning, Rona cast her gaze toward a guy who chewed slowly and touched his shoulder with Kama, gently clicking on him. With a smile, the girl noticed that the guy still did not turn into an empty chat, and he, blushing, clumsily muttered thanks. Kema asked Ron not to see him so closely. The girl apologized, and Ron turned and spoke about the boy's fight, despite his eyes. Not every beginner will be able to do the following, she said thoughtfully, and asked where the guy studied the martial arts. Kema felt a slight surprise, warm and unexpected. Smiling, he hugged Laura, noticing how she was skillfully possessing a sword, and asked if she agreed. The goddess confessed. The movements of this girl blinded her and caused surprise. After the uncomfortable silence of Ron, she suddenly laughed. Her laughter surprised the boy. She shrugged and explained, there was nothing special here. This technique saved her life. There were only two ways left for the Reborn, either to hone up skills or to fall into battle. Such a decision was heard in her voice, as if a sword bell in the fog. The woman carefully asked what the girl meant, and Roran, swallowing the air, replied, just an orphan. Kefma did not retreat, but in response it was quiet. It is a long story. Roran continued quietly that her parents did not become almost immediately after her birth, and as a semi-alphrical she remained completely lonely, without her native soul nearby. Because of this, the girl was sent to the shelter standing on the outskirts of her native village, where birch was quietly rustling and smelled of raw land after the rain. There was nothing to eat in the village, exhausted from hunger. Roran, exhausted and hungry, for 7 years only little on her shoulders, took the sword and moved into the woods hunt, swallowing the alarming air. This is exactly how Rona began to harden the skills. Day after day she followed a new prey to hear the whistle of arrows and a barely catchy smell of fresh grass under her feet. Fortunately, the girl survived the skill inherited from her father-in-law, and suddenly Lilinia appeared. It was she who noticed her talent and decided to buy these skills. According to Roran, she has served as gold prairies since she has acquired the gift. The boys kept breathing, listening to her story, and Familier, looking at the girl, said that her strength was inspiring. She was familiar with the feeling of loneliness that stretches, as much as she remembers herself. The girl felt perfectly what the difficulties were fighting Rono. In these words Laura sighed. In her eyes, he passed the memory of her own failures, but silently admitted that Roran really suffered difficult trials. In response, Ron wondered why Laura chose the path of the adventure, and Laura, blinking, began to look quietly, swallowing the words, swallowing air, and lowering her eyes. She dreams of life where food and sleep come in the first gust, when she pleases, without watches, without worries, only the smell of fresh coffee and a soft blanket at hand. Rugran nodded, smiling, and repeated the girl's words. to live when you can eat and sleep as you want, and then asked in Laura, if you get it, will it really be the best? Roran was silently thrown, such as only a few, real seekers, geniuses that lay the path through the unknown. Laura clumsily waved her hand in response to the girl's words. Roran rose, acknowledging that the conversation was a little tightened, and the girl seriously warned she would follow them further. The thoughts of this were not released by Laura until she asked if she means that she was a real genius. Kama immediately denied her voice firmly, and without a doubt. Enough fictional, he said. We need to prepare for the inspection. And so week after a week passed under the clock, and a busy waiting. The monster grunts in the darkness of the forest, but the team walked quietly forward, step by step, breathing on full breasts, not knowing fear. The cart stopped again, the boys jumped down, with scratches, knocked down, but they got the end of the way. Lilina turned to people. A warm smile illuminated her face, and she said gently, "A workshop of the Golden Step." A man ran out to the meeting, exclaiming, "This is Lilina and Ron." Roran, taking off the things from the cart, said, "That's all that managed to bring." The man smiled. "There are many materials, you are good." The box opened. Inside the gray-shaped silver, the female shuddered. "It's mithril. Even the crumb of this ore," said, "pulls on the whole gold." Lilini's ringing laughter refreshed the air. "That's how to show his value," the girl added. "No metal compares with mithril," and turned to the boys with gentle words. The girl already wanted to hold the guests in the workshop, and Roran stopped her with a slight movement of her hand. She asked for a moment to wait. Lilina said she wanted to discuss something about the task. The guy was silent, and Lilina added that they would take a break then. Roran sighed with relief and thanked. A quiet step behind a girl, distant voices behind her back. The girl sighed, breathing freshness, and finally said, "All the obstacles were left behind," which was filled with amazement. In her eyes, she raised a storm. He asked what she was referring to, and the girl suddenly raised his sword. His edge confidently brought the boy. The girl returned to Kima sharply. Her eyes were calling. She said she wanted to fight him, and suddenly everything changed around. The air was holding my breath. The girl's words about the battle jumped from the boy in his head, and he quietly asked what she was in mind. Roran whispered with anxiety, "Is it really trouble?" She ordered the boy not to be afraid and to pull out the blade, and the camel, shrugging her shoulders, could not remember what he annoyed the girl. In response, Roran only jumped. The girl with a fire in his voice asks whether the guy really believes that he will run away when everything goes ascape, and he is passionate about. His resemblance to that man is simply striking. Kema cast a questioning look. "Who is about?" Immediately, like a flash, Ronan rushed to the guy. He did not even have time to react. She promised to reveal the mystery of her anger only if he was able to defeat her. And the gaze flashed, as if she would challenge the wind. Kimmel cast his gaze on the girl, stretched his sword and said softly, "Therefore, there was no other path." Rorano barely restrained a smile. It was time to fight. The blades were confused. In the air smelled metal, every movement, like a crazy dance. Eyes were burning, and silence was broken by the bell of steel. She rushed forward. The blow was steep. The swords collided. The sparkling sound of steel was splashing in the air. The cry of Roni echoes in the air. She flies back, and the Kama, like a shadow, stands opposite the girl who is suffocated by cough. "It's impossible!" The exclamation breaks out of her mouth. Her hands tremble. Each movement echoes despair. How could a newcomer catch her blows so confidently? The crying eyes of Rona shone. She pleaded. She could not be mistaken during the battle. Shane grabbed her firmly, inhaling the smell of gunpowder. The puzzled gaze met her words. Rona suggested that the skill with his sword has gone away after a long month without training, and now there were anxious thoughts in her head. How to be next? Kima whispers made the girl die. "Are you still here?" The words were lit by the Roran. The cheeks flashed. She turned away and jumped out of place. The girl laughed quietly, confidently through that the guy for the newcomer was not bad, and confessed, now weak. So the duel would have to be postponed. Sleepily touching the palm of the hot forehead. "No matter how much she twists, he still remained the same," the guy answered. Roran exclaimed from anger, so that he fell silent. Swallowing the words, Kima asked if the girl would at least explain why she attacks him. Roran turned, silently froze for a moment, then agreed quietly and asked if he remembered how she remembered her childhood in the shelter. Kima nodded in response. In the air, the smell of medicines. The mother is exhausted by the disease, And it was then that the war broke out over the native land, and the father moved at night, carrying food and medicine for the front. Roran and her mother were waiting for someone in the rain, but everything was in vain. The days passed, and the father did not come. Only a few months later, their door quietly knocked the soldier with news. She was told that her father seized the supplies he had to deliver, and then left his brothers and fled to a neighboring country. This news stunned a guy like an icy wind of a cold morning. In silence, he heard the girl talking about betrayal. He threw them in this bitter darkness, not confessing and in short, as if a condemnation to die in poverty. The wound led the story further. Remembering that compassionate views appeared around, but these eyes seemed cold, almost neglect, as if pity wounded even harder than words. In the end, the mother became seriously ill, and the girl, infirm and defenseless, silently watched the mother slowly disappear into the distance of dawn light. Roran believed her father died for her the same day as her mother. She promised herself never to trust anyone except Leyland's sister and faithful friends from the Golden Steppe. The smell of excitement mixed with silence while the guy caught carefully every word of the girl. She cast her gaze and said, "It is only necessary to suspect something without hesitation." Chemus calmly stated that he understands her situation, and even despite Lilina's request, he is not going to throw the case. He does not come into his plans. As soon as Roran begins to trust him, the guy would accept any of her challenge. These words made the girl be confused, and blushing, turn away. She rolled and said that it was difficult for the boy to believe. But suddenly, Lilina appeared, stopped them with a close look, and asked if everything was over. Her voice cut the air like an unexpected bell. Lilina came quietly, asked in calm permission to take the boy to the workshop. But Rona raised his voice to Lilina, looking at the girl with a lost, curious look. Rona said to listen, not for girls. But Lilina asked in surprise what she was talking about, and said that she had come when the conversation had subsided. Then they went to the workshop where the hammers were ringing and dusting. Everyone was in motion. Lilina's smile told how the boys explore the details and create a new armor there. The girl leaned, the fingers touched the soft cloth. The sweater smelled of fresh yarn and distant adventures. She called it a true art, a work of mithric threads. Mithril thread clothing lies on the skin, like a whisper of a light wind, giving protection against magic. Such a shiny suit is worn by a Ragron, ready for battle. Lilina stopped and said that he was faster to see everything with her own eyes. The girl nodded and asked if she did not mind, and sighed, they say, she was not left choosing. Rowena put on a special suit. The air was anxious, and going towards the wind, turned to Lilina. "Do not give up," whispered quietly, like a promise. The girl in her hands flashed. A flame ball with a hiss broke out of her and rushed to Ron. The silent girl frozen without clicking. The fiery ball hit her. No spark left the trace, and Laura, families and Kama silently froze in surprise. Lilina smiled and said that this material enhanced protection against magic. The chance to see its creation does not fall out. She suggested to hold the workshop and show how the Mithras thread would be knit. Crossing the line of the field, in the air smelled with fresh earth. The girl explained. First, in the mixture, put the dust of the myrtle, and then from the soil stretch the delicate shoots of white mulberry. The silkworms eat these leaves, and when they become pupae, they live with a bright thread lively, weaved around a light rustling cocoon. The cocoons are harvested, dried in a special oven, and everything, assured Lilina, holding her hand through the air, as if erasing invisible dust. Laura breath-trapped enthusiastically. Their closeness and beauty fascinated. When the girl remembered the mithril threads, the guy imagined a chain armor, and it turned out the material is gentle, like silk. Lilina watched them and laughed, and then asked quietly in Kim whether he loved sweet. He was a little embarrassed, confessed that he was trying to restrain himself, and he loved sweets. Smiling, the girl said that all was well, but in the air was already unspoken in the air. She was hard to talk about a few important things. Soon they got home where the strawberry cheesecake was steaming on the table. Guests with a glitter in their eyes had only to breathe a sweet aroma and were already eagerly waiting for the first spoon. Lilina with a smile advised, "It is the pride of their village. It is worth trying. Laura is fun with her fun. He seems so." The dessert smelled so seductively that Kama did not look, but knew. The girl was waiting for something from them, and Laura smiled and said that if no one was mind, she would taste the first. A warm piece of cheesecake touched his mouth, and the girl was happy with Mermosia. The cream is so gentle that she melts on the tongue, leaving a sweet cloud of taste. Laura confessed, Inside, something crawled, as if mucus had been melting under the skin. Lilina laughed fun. The girl seems to be even liked. And the guy for the first time felt a slight envy of her carelessness. Lilina said that it was time to take the case, to talk about mutated creatures. Recently the neighbors saw strange monsters, and now Roran protected the village without taking her eyes off the shadows. He answered, nodding. He understood everything without words and repeated the same phrases that the girl wanted to say, so that he would not stop helping. Lilina just smiled. He deprived her of her unnecessary explanations. Lilina sighed. The girl is weird, but Rona is sincere in her feelings, and if they were friends, it would bring her joy. He just smiled. He promised to try. Lilina reached out to the maid and said quietly, "In the box under the shimmering light lay a strong thread of mithril, cold and smooth to the touch." Lilina noted that although the strength is already enough, it is important to be well equipped. So if everyone does not mind, she will gladly create new clothes, soft to the touch, and comfortable in any adventure. Kama said she said, "They are hardly so much money." Lilina smiled and promised a special price. One set for 150,000, two for 300,000. She asked if she would agree to this amount. Yes, he admitted. And she immediately asked how it happened that the reward coincided with the cost of costumes. The girl just smiled, not allowing him to study in her eyes. She explained, "If they wear it, they will look like someone advertise it, and then you will still have to look for real protection." Lilina said quietly that she would have enough happiness if the guy was thinking about it, and he nodded in response, smiling warmly. As much as he did not postpone this moment, however. Shabby clothes pressed, rubbed his neck and stood in an acute way, as if he was the only spot of color in the gray city. Beckama's eyes flashed the figure. 150,000, crazy expensively for the armor, which can hold back magic. Dream. He caught himself thought. Even the simpler defense would make him happy. Laura's gaze slid the guy who dreamed of buying a femel set and patiently waiting for his time. She raised her hand suddenly, grabbing her attention. The answer to Lilina was calm. They say, no difficulties. Let them give 2 sets, for a woman and for the camera. And the guy at this time froze with surprise. Laura was grabbed by the hand and asked sharply who allowed her to decide on her own, but she only smiled and answered. His gaze gave out his desire. Everything was written in his eyes. The girl smiled and said, "Maybe it is better to try and regret to live with an empty and if." Kama nodded as a sign of consent with Laura, and then carefully wondered if she would not mind if her part of the fee was spent on it. Laura broke out with surprise, swallowing the air. In a cozy workshop where it smelled of metal and soot, Kem slept, and the Roran went around the room, listening to each rustle behind the wall. The girl was informed. Everything is calm, no news, and Roronis barely smiled and praised. She handled great. She went down quickly, asked to leave everything to her, and allowed the girl to relax. But with anxiety, I asked Roran to think about her own vacation. Rona gently assured that she could not worry. She would make a small hook and rest, and at that moment the girl kept his breath. Something strange suddenly rushed nearby. She asked who was here. The stranger sighed deeply as if the air had suddenly become heavier and pockets crawled. On his wounds, blood was frozen. The girls looked at a surprise, and Roran carefully asked the adventurer about the injury and what happened. The cry for help cut the air. "The attack of mutated monsters," exclaimed the young man. Ravana wondered how to proceed until the evil wind was smelling of fear. When the wounded young man suddenly appeared, the girls rushed to the rescue. One asked how he was feeling, and in response, a quiet voice was heard. "A little better, it seems." Rona looked silently around, and then remembered quietly about the mutated creatures whom he faced, and again asked about a friend that she was still struggling with them. The girl's gaze pierced the air. He was reproached in it. The guy betrayed and fled silently, lost in his own shadow. Without his eyes, he said that he simply had no way out. In the very battle, a friend of verse ordered and leave him. So much fear in his eyes the guy saw for the first time. His forehead touched the cold floor. The words fell feverishly. It is indifferent that she considers him a coward, but only helped him to a friend. Roran looked at a young man who tilted her head to the ground, bewildered. Coldly said that he immediately told where they met them. The guy shook. Hot tears rolled on his cheeks. He thanked the guy for his help, promised not to tell anyone. Rona nodded, embarrassed. She said to lift his head and did not worry. Everything was behind. The girl was quietly saying her name, asking whether it is scary to go alone, or maybe it is better to call someone else. Roran turned and clarified whether she was referring to Kemu with others. Rumors of mutated monsters did not rest. The girl agreed, and anxiously watched that there was no disaster with her friend. Rorona listened to the girl silently, and the thoughts of the boy were spinning in her head. Why she was so hesitant? Because she asked him not to get confused under her feet. Until now, in all circumstances, she found the strength to cope alone without calling for help, and even the air around it seemed to breathe its stubbornness. The memory of her father's first betrayal from her childhood has burned her soul. Then she vowed, never trust anyone, never rely on another's promise. The warm palm lay on the shoulder of a worried girl. The gentle voice assured, it is not necessary to be afraid, because she, the first sword of the Golden Prairie, is always nearby. Roran turned away from the girl, and in breathing on her full breasts, said, indifferent, who stands in front of me? My strength would not shudder. The steps were ringing on the branch. The determination was flashing in her heart. Now she is not the little, defenseless girl she left in the past. Rorona jumped into the saddle, and the girl exclaimed that it was dangerous, and in a delight grabbed the leaf, and the horse, raking the dust, rushed forward, despite the warning. In the depths of the forest, then covered with a friend of the wounded, stood just opposite the giant monster, who roared and clapped his teeth between high trunks. The thunder in a rusty gust, and the guy rushes to the monster. The sword beats the Minotaur's body deftly, but the monster did not even move. Only the predatory fell. The monster contemptuously threw, that is all you are capable of. He glanced contemptuously and muttered that he was a miserable picture in front of him. The guy sat powerlessly on the cold earth. The monster grunted that the guy was already good at him. The Minotaur is muted by predicted. It is time for lunch, and he knows well who will put on the table today. Swallowing the air, the young man was frightened in the monster, and suddenly the whirlwind roared, and Roran rushed at the miner, cutting the silence with the attack. Immediately later, the girl struck the monster with his foot just into the muzzle, and he was hard at the ground. The girl ran up quickly, sat side by side, staring anxiously at his face, and whispered, all right? He just looked silently in response, asking, who are you? Rona replied that she came to help, slid her hand into a small handbag, asked the boy to open her mouth, got a bottle, and touching his cheeks, gently poured a warm liquid inside. A small bottle in her hand flicked, she whispered. Even the Golden Prairie gives birth only a drop of this valuable potion. If you drink, heal the worst wound. You just have to wait. In her eyes, she burned curiosity. He'd delight the girl if she really wants to spend it on him, and not leave for himself. The girl rose, returned to the monster, and smiling gently said that he did not worry, in the voice of the soothing warmth. The fingers squeezed the sword's arms, the lips whispered, such a menace for her only an instant obstacle. It will cope earlier than the beast has time to breathe and come to life. The boy's voice pierced the air sharply. Let him wait! The girl froze. Even the breath disappeared in silence for a moment. Brilled eyes slid on the guy. He broke into a cry full of anxiety. This is not an ordinary Minotaur. Roran turned sharply, asking what he was about, and the guy, concentrated the girl from the ground, hesitated. The boy's voice trembled when he told the girl about the monster. In the first battle, it appeared in the corporal likeness of the orca. He then added that as soon as the guy faded him in half, the body of the monster began to grow, stinging on the ground, and in the bones suddenly cut the features of the plowing. When he killed the monster again, hissing and twisting, turned into a Minotaurus. Rorano only listened hard, without raising his gaze, and hearing in the air skillful danger. The girl returns to the young man, looks into her eyes and says quietly, with every death, this monster becomes stronger. The guy nods in confusion, and in the meantime, the monster suddenly looks back and rises hard on his feet. The gaze slid to the girl. Roran turned to the monster and said quietly, if the guy is right, then hurry can cost life. In his head, Roroni died. If he punches his heart, get to the nucleus himself, then nothing will allow him to be reborn. A moment of hesitation, and a sharp cry breaks the space. The girl rushes forward. The sword with a whistle breaks the air, cutting darkness. In several lightning movements, he smashed a monster, standing confidently on solid earth. Roran looked around, looked at the fear, and said that it was necessary to simply cut it into pieces, not even knowing what it was. The flickering shadow of the monster lay before her eyes, and through the taste of metal on her lips the girl whispered, it is necessary to get rid of the residues until it came to life. Suddenly, the body in the air has moved, softly rose. The mixture stretches with thin threads, quickly gathering a ball in a black void, and a girl, caught by this sight, stands stunned, holding his breath. Through the gray fog, she looked at the monster, looking for words when even more horror came from the smoke pulling his paw to the girl, he clamping that this pain will remember forever. The gaze of the giant monster rasped in the girl. Ron frozen, feeling hot breathing and a heavy noise of steps just in front of him. The monster has already become a cyclop. It jumped by lightning, and the girl shuddered. Such agility struck her. The cyclops' fist painfully pushed the ground. The girl was already sliding sideways, and Marin, pushing her hand from the dust, flew up and exclaimed that the monster would not bolt her more. The girl struck the cyclop with a sword, and the blade like a sliding stone, no scratch. In the air, silence hung, and Rona shuddered, realizing that this is the memory of pain. At the same moment the cyclops struck a powerful blow. The girl flew back, her cry cut the air, and the body fell deftly to the ground. The dry cough escaped from her breast. The girl tried to rise, and the thoughts of the invisible monster, so strong and distant, like a heavy stone, clenched her. The earth under the back is cold, and the girl looks into the eyes of a monster and thinks, overestimated herself, got into trouble apparently, still a baby inside. The sadness enveloped her more, and Ron, watching, felt small and powerless, as if long ago when the shadow of loneliness was hiding her from the world. In the memoirs of Roroni, those days were bitter. The heart was shaking. I wanted to shout into the void so that someone reached out to her and felt this pain. The smile trembled inside. The girl stretched again, and thoughts stubbornly circled around the same idea. The words of Lilina came in memory. The older sisters always take care of the younger ones, and the girl who was anxious about Roroni was still recalled that she was afraid of her. Rorona remembered the words of Kima. So far, no girl will believe him. He will accept any challenge she will challenge. A barely catching smile has a shadow in her eyes. In words, squeezed tears, she passed the thought. Yes, this is true. All her life she dreamed that someone would come and save her. She fell on her knees, through tears called someone to come to salvation. The voice of trembling, the request for help was desperate in the night silence. Rona tilted her head, and behind her back, as if a shadow among the leaves, he appeared in the kiman, and came to the first, without waiting for the girl to make it herself. The girl turned sharply in his voice. But the branch was already empty, the boy and the trail of it. And at the same moment the paw of the monster flies into the pages he does not even have time to get rid of. The young man was gently landing on the ground, squeezing a monster in arms. Roran was stunned in him and loudly exclaimed his name. Cockman responded to her cry for help. Rurota frozen at surprise and cast a questioning look at Kama, who pulled a giant paw of Minotaur, who left traces of blood and heavily clapped on the ground. Carefully breaking the index finger of the monster, he relieved him in darkness, then extended his hand to the Roran, quietly asking if she had the strength to get up. The girl's heart was surprised. The fingers barely stretched to his palm, but her face suddenly became harsh, and she turned sharply. Rona's palm struck Kima quietly on her hand. No emotions on his face, just a surprised look of the boy on his red palm, and bewildered. What happened? The girl sank to the ground and asked with pain why he helped. The tears of hot jets rolled on her cheeks, and the words swollen in the air. Why you save the one like me, would better leave here in the middle of silence and loneliness. Kima retreated in confusion. In a confusion of murmuring that he did not understand anything, asks if she caused someone. The girl hides her head in his palms and throws sharply to be silent. All the pain broke out. The palm lay on his knee, the body tightened in motion. The woman tried to rise, silently recognizing. She wanted to meet alone on the seam, and death has not been frightened for a long time. The sword in the air is a burning shine in the eyes. It is better to fall in battle than to breathe next to his compassion, and Ron the verse was numb from embarrassment. Fingers squeezed the fabric on rough knees. Suddenly, a chunky man stopped behind Lilin's shoulders. He firmly said that he would not allow it, and reminded her to help her sister. Roran is confused with Clip, not understanding what she is able to do. Sighing and closing her eyes, Kima moved helplessly to the girl. The heart pounded when he finally turned to her. He asked Ron to give him to speak indifferently if she considers him superfluous. The strength to keep words in itself no longer left. He noted that she really did not consider it, and then asked gently, "Is it true?" Rona stared at the floor. Fingers rustled at the seams of the dress, and the moment hesitated. Kima noted that in a difficult moment you can rely on her. No one will laugh here, even if you ask for help. Roran was getting rid of. Her hand with his sword slid down, glanced at the floor. The awkward question, whether he is angry with her, made the boy in surprise to raise his eyebrows. Roran waited with her palms, reminding what happened during a fight with the bandits, and when she called him in a duel. Kim thought, tilted his head and said, "Yes, a little strange, but no one was worse." He smiled and added that he was good at helping. The words forced Roran to blossom. The shadow of shame settled on her cheeks. He would go after everything she had done, but only she believed so much. The guy smiled awkwardly and quietly confessed that he did not mean it. She looked silently, and the thoughts were baked. How senseless everything she arranged, everything perceived everything. Only because of her own stubbornness, which lowered her eyes. He was barely audible. The girl approached, touched the shoulder of Kama, whispered familiar words, thanked for the salvation, and got stuck as if the wind had spent a warm spring. Already stepping on the door, Kama looked around, nodded lightly and said quietly that everything was fine. There was no anxiety in her voice, only a slight breath of relief. Having gained strength in the muscles, he whispered that he would give advice himself, suddenly grabbed her for the elbow and insisted, "First you need to check her wounds." Ryrina stopped, breathing in surprise. With the onset of the darkness behind Cayman, an alarming noise grew. Turning, he sighed with surprise. Just from a recent cut, a giant evil minotaur had already risen. Cayman noticed. The right hand, recently ache, obedient again, as if heard from wounds, because there are rumors. Every fatal injury makes her stronger. But instead of mindlessly attack the monster, something restrained him. Roran, keeping away, cast a dreamy look. What did he think? Kema sighed, confessed about the plan, but first wanted to act. But at the same moment the monster rushed to the attack. Rapidly crashing into the ground, Kema sharply evades and jumps to the level of eye, kicks him into the eye, throws a joke about a dream, and just Laura calls, sharply returns to her. The characteristics of the third time monster impressed Kama, almost the same as he has, only this giant is already 1,688. Laura remembered the white cloud, adding, "This is the name of a monster that spins the sand around it and changes the appearance, like a chimera among desert clouds." It seemed to her that it looked like a cyclop doll, she said confidently. He could not overcome it until the body was hidden inside the toy. Kema carefully asked if Laura knew the place, and the girl nodded calmly. At first, the girl wanted to understand where she was, and the further she looked around, the more lost this certainty. The girl thought, looked around and quietly confessed. They were probably inside the doll, but there was no confidence. Silence wrapped everyone. Even Laura hesitated. Rolona came unnoticed and whispered, "Everything is clear." She whispered that she finally understood her feelings for all this time, and believed, his heart rushes so crazy that even it is difficult for eyes to have time for this rhythm. Kama asked quietly if she was sure. Roran did not know for sure, but among many ways this is also possible. If another chance appears, everything will succeed. The girl clenched her hand into his fist. Returning to Kim, she whispered quietly, "As soon as the monster rushes again, she will try to determine where his heart is hidden." She carefully asked if she would allow her to join. Kima was silent, sighed through the quiet noise of the wind, and after all agreed that only she could be extremely careful. Suddenly, he was surprised, and he turned sharply. He just flew an angry minotaur with a roar, and Kima had time to jump sideways before the beast stepped. Suddenly, Famille appeared. She promised to help, raised the staff, and from her mouth broke out, "The icy column with a roar destroyed the enemy." The icy needle pierced the eye of the monster, the minotaur of the Frace, and then howled and grabbed his face, wanting to break out of body pain. Kima felt hope in the air. The third level is the finger of the white cloud, torn into the monster last time. One bite, and in his mouth, as if a rotten smoke, as if the throat was squeezed, I wanted to shout from disgust. At that moment something inside something was flashing. The indicators increased, and finally it was time to put the final point. Walking his hand, he flew up and rushed straight to the enemy. At the same moment the blow struck the minotaur's chest, and then a strong copier forced the monster to fly far. At the last moment, he fell to the ground, grabbed his sword and shouted, "It's an end!" Sharp blows again and again pierced the monster, turning it into a bloody porridge. At the last moment, he lowered the sword in the vagina, and the body of the monster with a deaf roar was scattered on fragments of different sizes. The head fell, dissolved in the puddle, and the monster whispered in a low voice that all this is a waste of power. The cut parts of the body moved, stick together in a spooky pile. Someone muttered, How many times Kima would not kill, he will not die, because this pain only gives him strength. From the noise of the leaves of Roran, froze on the top of the tree, recognized the real puppet. The chubs burst into a smile, the sword sniffed, his eyes broke out, and the blade with lightning cut the air. Instant outbreak, and the monster's head disappeared. Only the pieces fell down, and the confused monster wondered how such a small Roran was able to overcome it. The girl exhaled with relief. She raised her ears and said quietly that she was able to hear the steps around him, despite everything. He lost not the enemy, but his own inattention. Suddenly, a round object rolled out of the body. Rorona removed his sword to the vagina, went closer, and carefully lifted the find that sparkled in Pilyuk. Kama approached, happily informed. Everything succeeded. Roran sighed, said that even if she couldn't, he would still handle alone, and asked if it was true. Kema's clumsy laughter dissolved in the air. Rona sighed, carefully rose, and handed the boy a rounded object. The girl's cheeks flashed. She whispered quietly, "This is your reward for victory. She belongs to you, Kama." Taking the thing, Kama asked in surprise whether she was sure. Rona was silent, and then suddenly bowed deeply, forcing Kama to get rid of. The cheeks had a fire. She turned to him and, swallowing the excitement, quietly apologized for all her harsh words, which had previously shed him. She uncertainly made a way that she had just rushed at him and then threw out loudly. He should give her surrender, otherwise she would not calm down. The guy was in a confused, asked what she was in mind. The confused thought squeezed him, so he stopped her with a gesture. Kama reached out, gently said that he understands her determination, but did not overcome this step. And suddenly the voice of Rona, who supported her, came from the shadow of the moon. Laura said that when she understands her mistake, she only quietly accepts. With a soft smile she remembered. No matter how many times she did, all this is not in vain. Lorini words gently touched the Rorans. Kahma smiled gently and agreed, and then quietly added, "There are people who do not teach any other mistakes." Laura kept her breath and asked in surprise, who was talking about. Suddenly Kima hit Laura on his head with a swing. Her cry cut the air, and he said that it was better to beat Laura than Ron, and cast a questioning look. Rora nodded in surprise and even smiled. The girl laughed, joked, as if there was no anxiety around, and the danger did not touch her light breathing at all. In surprise, the boys looked, and Rona said with a smile, "Sometimes so nice to just relax, give herself peace." Kama swallowed the sticky ball left by a monster, and felt something new in his chest. Now he had another strange ability. Silence outside the window. In the air is a sluggish dawn. Women carefully support the wounded. And Rona looked around and felt the day was difficult. Kima nodded quietly, dividing that fatigue. The silver bridles clasped when the boys harnessed the horses. On one, Kem, Laura, and Femel, Ron and Traveler were quietly reminded, and Kem, while holding the ledge, quietly reminded, "It's time to return home." After a long road, the boys, with fatigue in their eyes and dust on their clothes, returned to their native village. Two travelers with trembling tears went so firmly that even passers-by smiled, feeling their happiness. The sweet girl rushed into the arms to Ron, sighed lightly. Everything was fine with her, and Rona gently rapped in response, whispering for an apology for anxiety. Lilina was slowly approaching Kama, praising his work, and the guy, awkwardly scratching the back of the head, said it was a merit of joint efforts. Roran, seeing her sister, exclaimed joyfully. Lowering her head, Roran Vivian apologizes to her sister, confesses that she got into the mess again without listening to the instructions. Lilina stepped closer, and in a trembling voice, she said her sister's name, and faced her eyes. The tears splashed from Lilina's eyes, excitement pressed her throat, and when she was convinced that the Roran was all well, she just hugged her sister firmly, without holding back relief. The Roran's cheeks jumped with fire. She exclaimed that she was outrageous, and asked why Lilina did so suddenly, but she just looked at her in a confusion, sighing loudly. After a sharp step, she exhaled. It is good that Rorano was not injured. The girl laughed, remembering how much Lilina worried, and then suddenly approached his face, examining every rice. The sister's mouth pronounced the questions. The eyes became softer, in his voice, the care of it. Did she change something yesterday? Rona looked, pretended not to understand hints. Lilina's smile was lament. Releasing Ron, she said that it was time to postpone everything for later, because it is probably exhausted and advised to rest. Rona was confusedly blushed and agreed. Returning home, The girl dropped stockings and a suit, tiredly plunged her leg into the cool water of the bath, and then all dissolved in it, inhaling the fresh, moist aroma. The words about the gentle face were Bell, called in thoughts. The girl turned sharply, slid her gaze back, and remembered how he had recently hated Kozakai Kama with all her heart. The light smile and calm look of the boy remind her of her father, a traitor whose embrace smells of old sins. He turns in his head. Kem has never hesitated. He just rushed into battle for her. And now, meeting with his gaze, a weightless, joyful peace spills in his heart. Suddenly she jumped out of the water. The blush poured on his cheeks. If her father was like a stone, so much pain could be avoided. The morning air touched the cheeks when the Roran ran through the street with light steps, waved his hand to no, and smiled mentally. Instead of rest, the body asked for movement, as always. The sword cut the air. Bell, confidently, while Rona was working, and movements. But she had already struck, touched a blade of earth and settled on the grass, filling her breasts with a fresh breath. Долоня лягла на груди, ще пекли рани з учорашнього бою. She already wanted to stop as she opened her eyes and froze in alarming silence, gently turning around. Returning to a sister who drank tea and flipped through the pages, Ron was looking and asking if he was bored. Lilina zdivovana підняла брови. She was quietly wondered if it was impossible to have lunch together as a sisters, though on such a day. And Rona could not get rid of an alarming feeling of something wrong here. Not to know that the sister in the mind, for the Regaran was habitual, and there is nothing to worry here. Lilina's calm voice asked if his father thought, and at once, tea splashed from her mouth. The awkward exclaimed, "This did not even come to mind," and Lillian smiled and advised not to strain, always sliding the sums of Tina on the face when the thoughts touched his father. The look of Roroni fell down. "It could not be," she whispered. But Lilina smiled and convinced, "It is true." Roran tried to argue that he was not her father, but froze, and tears rolled his cheeks. Дівчина відвернулась, сльози тремтіли на щоках. Lilina was excited, hurriedly apologized, blamed herself in everything, and Rona only whispered sister, lowered her eyes and said softly, "Dad always smiled so widely." She honestly confessed, "It is difficult to believe that he could betray that good father from her memories." After that, she grabbed Lilina by her shoulders and quietly asked if she knew something about her dad. Lilina got up, the smile melted on her lips. "Finally, it is time to open the truth. And it will be a long story, so Rono, listen to the end," whispered with a slight trembling in her voice. Kim quietly sat at home, cracking the inflatable balls in the basket. 2 bottles of different sizes gleamed, and his hands were caught and tossed colorful balls in the air. 2 balls flew up, he crossed his arms and caught them, and tension was frozen on his face. Jaws were firmly closed, the forehead covered wrinkles. The eggs were cracked, the yolks slightly slid into the plate. The squirrel spread until Kima shook the dishes. He saw him, gave him a wide smile and laughter. At that moment he glowed with his own pride. Laura quit the question of what he was busy, and in response to him, a calm voice, "You see that I was cooking." Вона уточнила, чи не помилилася, щойно бачивши, як він розбиває яйця. Keems told how Lilina assured the kitchen was open to him at any moment, so he experiments with local tastes and customs. And Laura, breathing spicy aromas, smiled enthusiastically. "It's really interesting." And here Kama brought a plate with omelette and mushrooms filled with thick sauce. The aroma of dawn and toasted rice refreshed the air, and he announced loudly, everything was ready. Kima asked if they dared to try together. Laura smiled, agreed enthusiastically and said, it was time to start, and the female, with her hands, thanked Kimi for the dish. When she said that the dish was surprisingly delicious, Kima sighed with relief. Female, having tried the air egg, smiled and said how pleasantly it was melting in her mouth. And Kima's heart was happy. Laura took a plate with eggshells in surprise. Even here he cooked eggs, apparently something wrong with him. And Kema was softly quit. He may not be boiled. He just loves eggs. He lifted one of them, feeling the roughness in his palm, and said quietly, only cooking once pleased his soul, and his favorite dishes were always born with eggs. Laura wondered if he arrived in this world. Kama nodded. His parents always disappeared at work, returned when the evening was barely breathing, and he had to dinner the taste of store dishes. Every day the guy tasted a dish with new garnishes, and from 5 years he began to cook himself. Said that the case was delayed as a whirlwind of aroma and excitement. Laura repeatedly repeated what she understood, and then added, "Let him be irresponsible. He also has his experience." Kama raised his hand and apologized, shyly lowering his eyes. Silence has wrapped thoughts, and the heart is brief. Somewhere there far, the native home is glowing. The familiar voices of parents sound, and it smells like warm bread. The mother kept him in harsh embrace. Her rigor squeezed his breath. He was always afraid to annoy her, and behind only bitter memories and a heavy taste of disappointment remained behind. And even when he was in this world, he did not know the pity for Japan. He only exhaled to full breaths, rejoicing in freedom, as if a long-waved sun had driven a heavy fog. The look faded, the eyes sank into the shadow of silence. In the silent silence he went from this world without even saying goodbye, and the heart asked, "Do they miss now? Do they mention the sudden loss?" The warm palm touched his head unexpectedly. Kama was surprised, looked around and met Laura's eyes, which stroked him gently, and only whispered, "On your face. Sadness. You are in vain." Kama smiled gently, moved away, thanked the girl, and easily stroked her on his hair. Laura cast her gaze, called him a weirdo, and Famili answered a gentle smile. The sun was slowly sliding in the sky, and Roran and Lilina stood silently on the field, catching the breath of the wind. Suddenly, with a trembling surprise, Roran asks whether Dad really asked Lilina to take care of her. Rona grabbed her sister by her shoulders, anxiety in her voice. What does it mean? Then she asked if their father really threw her mother. She looked at her sister silently. Lilina lowered her head and whispered that he had a good and gentle heart. But, in addition, the clumsiness pursued at every step. After these words, Rona unnoticed and asked Lilina to tell further, a story since his military service. The hostile hordes already knew his path of supply, and when the silence was ripe, they immediately surrounded him from all sides. He found himself trapped, where everyone's breath was deaf and anxious. Only the fear was jumped by the magic bags with supplies. If he decided to break through, had a chance to survive. But having made them a bait, he was able to escape abroad. The seriousness of his chest was squeezed. The fault of the battle of hell was sharply like a scar, and the thoughts were burned without letting breathe on full breasts. Recognizing that he did not dare to look in the eye of the family, he pleaded with Lilina, a merchant from the road, to save his daughter and wife, and then decided to return to the army to accept the punishment. Roran waved her hands impatiently and, barely holding back his emotions, asked if Lilina accepted this proposal. The girl nodded quietly to consent. Lilina was quietly apologizing. Rona's mom could not be saved, although it is a pity. Rona answered with a bitter smile, "Enough. It is not necessary to help everyone, because my dad is really stupid." After these words, the tears struck her cheeks fervently, and Rona whispered, "She only needs one thing." He returned and stayed nearby. In fact, she did not need the strength. She only dreamed of talking to her dad and playing together. Feeling in the air the smell of his shirt, to hear his laughter nearby. She confessed to her feelings. She would only hear laughter in response, so she was silently wearing this mask, squeezing the pain that quietly frozen under the skin. Even when he heard about her father's love, the girl remained confused. The heart was beating deaf, and the answers were not. Roran's voice flew shouted. The tears rolled his cheeks with hot rain, and Lilina hugged and kept her sister until they were tired and went home together. The next morning, Kama and Thamil finally received brilliant mithril things, ordered to Lilins. Cold metal shone in shaking hands. New clothes hugged Kimu warmly, sat perfectly, and the lightness of the movements gave him joy. Every step of the way, a sense of freedom and comfort. Sitting, he asked where the Laura went. Famil explained. The girl was in a hurry in the morning, and Laura, meanwhile, looked somewhere in the distance and laughed wide, mysteriously. On the rock, a little higher than the female and Kama stood, she exclaimed. Finally this moment came. He was waiting for an eternity, and jumped down, being near the boys. The girl jumped, urged everyone to look. She is now not afraid of fire, no water, no wind, no spicy iron, and a new outfit. The power of the gods, said proudly, flashing her eyes. Laura's soft smile blossomed on her face, and she asked if she was surprised. Kama's views and Famil stuck in her. Her faces froze in a silent surprise. Became silence. Only Kama sighed and asked that they were doing here for nonsense. Laura quietly confessed that loneliness was squeezing her breasts, as if everyone had left her, so she gave the last points to the goddess. Kama, kneading, said that he understood her, and Famil only smiled warmly in silence. The silence hugged the village. Kame folded his palm into the palm of Lelina and smiled, and then with Femily and Laura moved the path, where the leaves under his feet were barely audible. On the way, the guy quit. This place will remain in his heart, only sincere people. Friends have fallen. The tastes of dinner were still melting in the tongue, and the soul sang with joy. She said with hope that they could return once. Laura agreed quietly. And Kima promised that she would look at the city when everything was calm, and suddenly noticed someone's figure on the side, and froze. Armed Roran appeared before them and exclaimed that they were too slow. An hour and a half passed from their departure, and the boys, seeing the girl, were discontinuing and frozen in silence. Kema came closer. Her voice is quiet but warm. "Will the girl go with them?" Roran nodded. A light smile touched her lip. In the city she was also waiting for things. The smile blossomed on Kema's face. Thoughts about their own business were given hope. Nearby lay his hand, a gesture by inviting the girl to go to meet the new day. The girl fell on his knees. The gaze slid to Kamen, and seriously, almost whispering, she said to the boy about her only request. Closing her eyes, she suddenly and quietly asked Kama to become her husband. This offer swirled through him, forcing him to die with surprise. The camel carefully caught every word of Ron about her father, and the girl quietly agreed. Everything was exactly the way he said before. There was a confession on the lips. No matter how much indifference, the soul of the Roran wanted to save her, and in his head a bitter thought. "What, I'm stupid." The girl whispered what she thought all night, and now she understood her feelings, and the guy asked that she meant. Roran looked at him directly into his eyes. When she met with a stone, the girl firmly spoke about her love, and from that moment all her heart sought to work only for him. Kama took his breath. He did not wait for such, and whispered about it, while Roni asked impatiently what the boy's answer would be. He replied with a smile that besides the wedding moment, she would be great to join them, and Kima had already talked about how she would be happy to work together, and did not have time to agree. The girl grabbed the young man for her cheeks, pressed her and kissed, and the female with Laura standing nearby, frozen in surprise, forgetting even breathing. After the kiss of the Roran receded, embarrassed. That's how a real kiss is felt. She was embarrassed, burned out of shame, and the guy tried to comprehend her unexpected step. Roran looked at the boy, asked how he was feeling and whether her determination felt, and in response, silence and words about her unexpected boldness. She, confusedly, asked if she offended him. The cheeks flashed with heat, and the girl murmuredly apologized. For the first time the heart was pounding so loud, and uncertainty swallowed the words. Rona asked Kama to call her simply by his name, not officially, and noticed how he was confused. And in the meantime the female, with a dissatisfied face, silently watched every movement. Her voice suddenly cut the silence. The name of the guy, the warm touch of the palm, and here he was nearby, his lips met with trembling, and the confusion was still glowing in her eyes. This time, Marin with Laura was froze with surprise. The guy turned to Femel in surprise, and he quickly recognized him by his name. Face flashes as a shame, love breaks out in confession. She asks to become a bride, and suddenly through the noise a sharp, "Stand!" Laura exclaimed that everyone stopped. Kema is her follower. She would not hurt her just like that. As if he were protecting a warm fire on a winter night. The girl's thin fingers squeeze his palm firmly. She asks whether he remembers how he fell just on her chest and vowed to take this responsibility. The guy is just surprised. It really was? Laura hugged the boy and shouted that Kem was still. Fem intervened, throwing that only he had to decide. And then all three girls were losing their eyes in Kem, waiting for his choice. In the eyes of the guy the confusion flashed. They say he realized everything. About the wedding would think already in the city, and a roll with a smile whispers that she seems to be indifferent. Kima asked Laura from Themel whether they agree, and in response they both nodded with a light smile like a quiet bell. The carriage moved silently. Kems gazed at the girls, and imagined that one would have to associate fate. This thought did not please, and the hero was lost, not knowing where to go now. The smell of the burning mixed with shouts. Kima suddenly noticed a large crowd of orcs with weapons moving away. Roran was just thrown out of the cart. They say let him take care of them. The guy nodded, and the girl rushed forward. The sword in his hand whistled with air. The monsters rushed. The icy arrows with a whistle flew past the Oran, cut the air, and struck several monsters who were in pain. Fem confidently threw the words, promising the guy to get rid of the monster, and he nodded uncertainly. It was at this moment that the monster's arrow whispered through the air, aimed at Laura. The girl's eyes flashed. She demanded it immediately, began to whisper a spell. I named Laura Jean Cupped, and you, becoming away in front of me. She was already preparing to release a divine blow when Rona was lightning the monster lightly. Laura was scared, and Roran laughed and asked why she was still standing, because everything was over. The evening hugged the house with silence. Laura was silent with a shadow on her face, and Ron dropped her. To be upset because of it childishly, even giving the mug, because it was time to really show herself. Roran tilted the jug, and a fragrant fruit drink, which is so proud in her village, was squandering in a mug. They say Laura inevitably recovers after such a potion. The girl reached out to Thamil and gently, with a touch of hesitation, she said that she may dare to drink only 1 cup. Laura smiled and said that it was not necessary to drink it, but in response to Ron assured, do not worry, I still have grape juice. Laura gladly accepted the mug. The girl is able to be caring, but it is not enough to heal a broken soul. The female voice added that Laura is smiling, although in reality, happiness is only a thin mask. Only a few minutes passed, and the earth was already full of empty bottles, and another roar sank into dust. Someone threw it sharply without restraining. Laura whispered through the tears that Kima is just unbearable. Always tries to the exclusion, and near her Laura feels pointless and small. Rudra nodded, letting know. This condition is familiar to her. She thought, the guy is just modest. Maybe he is aware of the girl's compliments. The gentle palm of Veroni slid on the head of the child. Let him proud of himself. Once the guy will surely see her effort. Laura's star gaze stopped at the girl. Pouring tears, she ran, repeating what Laura is good. And the female, watching from the side, only sighed. Laura is so naively exposed to another's words. Half an hour later, Laura was already sleeping on the cool grass. Ron and Famil were talking at the table, and Rona noted what happened. Famil smiled. Compared to Rona's difficulties, only a shadow. Is that enough to become a big traveler? She whispered, and the dream trembled in her eyes. The road is not easy. Do not give up. And Fem only smiled at the girl nearby. Surprised, she confessed that she did not feel alien in Verona. The warmth was spilled inside, as if spring had blossomed deep in her heart. The warm hand of the female touched the palm of Roran. The voice was apologizing for the past, and then a quiet promise to work together. And Rona agreed with a smile. In the morning, he walked around the sleepy village, and Kem looked around and saw. The girls laughed softly with each other, cracking about something, and Kemma wondered if something strange to that night had happened to them. During the week, the outline of the city finally appeared. The guy exclaimed that he saw him, and the steps trembled from the anticipation of arrival. He has not been here for a long time, he said, catching in the air a familiar scent of Kelville. Laura quietly prompted the name of the city, and the girl met them with a smile and praised for a bold journey. The girl showed on bags with coins, smelled of metal in the air, and calmly said, "This is your reward for the death of the mutant." The guy was in surprise, swallowing the air. Laura said with ease that she did not work for free. But Kem just noticed that she did not move her finger. She was time to collect things. The hotel is waiting. In front of the hospital hotel, Ash met them with a loud exclamation. Tears poured on the cheeks, and her voice trembled. It was painful to see that there was no one with Kemma nearby. Ash poured the boy with a drink, winning a good way. Today everything is at my expense. Near Morgan, having planted the boy, he said that they decided to wait for him, and Laura smiled. He was created for this bar. Kama awkwardly apologized to the girls, promising that a little lingering. The snooze smiled, nodded. Everything is fine. They would return to the room, wished him a good evening, and dissolved in the cozy silence of the corridor. Rurman spoke something, and Fimo said that he was ready inside. The girl slowly pulled her sweater and shorts, as if soaking the ball of silence in the room. Verona whispered that it was a real sight. Their eyes were glowing, applauded in the air and echoing the voices of Grip. Laura exclaimed that she would also say. Roran, however, laughing trousers, boasting joyfully, how easy it is in her soul today. The steps of the moon gave up in the hallway. The hand slipped on the forehead. Thoughts were circling. Here it is, freedom. The door cried up, and he threw home with a smile. He didn't see for a long time, though it was just a hotel. Kem froze with surprise. In front, in light dresses of 90s, girls, singing the evening wind, greeted their husbands joyfully. The boy's eyes glowed as a surprise. Is it really fashionable? Fem returned to Kima and noted that they had already had a conversation. The uncertain silence of the girl suddenly changed the lightning phrase. The three of them decided to become his wives. The guy of Otter and asked what that means. Femiel slowly pointed to the bed. Her voice trembled. She dreamed to make the boy with her own, and every word spilled out of desire. Kima looked at and wondered for the second time whether they really wanted to become his property. The words hung in the air of cold distrust. The girl only nodded on it. Her eyes shone with excitement, and despite the slight anxiety of their hearts, quiet confidence was blowing. Everything had to be well, because they were preparing carefully. Roran timidly asked what he would do next. She added that 3 of them can be at once. This is new to everyone, so let it call in turn. Kama felt as if the choice was thrown at him, and in surprise he asked himself if it was normal. Laura heard the question of whether she understood what she was talking about, and with a smile answered that the girl knew when to act, and even surprises him with her grace and skill. The girl looks at the boy. He is sure. All is well, but enough. If everything is at will, even God will not stop them. And when the guy, eagerly swallowing the air, agreed, even happiness seemed closer. His consent was shouting warmly in their eyes. The smiles of the girls blossomed as if spring flowers under the first rays of the sun. Thank you for support. Rona sighed with relief. Everything is complete. It's time to look for a new home. Only the question of housing and confusion only nodded, because this hotel is close to the cage. The new house did not go from the thoughts. Ronan cast her gaze. Everything is fine? I would like a space, he sighed. Here at the hotel it is too tight. The smell of dust in the air. Kami asks the girl about the price of the house. She looks surprised without saying a word. The next day something in her look is changing. The mouth of Ashi easily broke through sincere greetings. Kema finally began to erect her own nest, and this joy was heard in every word. She added with sadness, now the hotel will get a little lonely, and the guy exclaimed, here they will get money, and then everything will change. The wedding was delayed to buy a house, and the night with 3 had to be transferred. A shadow of disappointment appeared on the boy's face, as if someone suddenly extinguished the light in the room. The purchase of the house was spinning in Kima in his head. Everything seemed strange with Laura, but they tried as if they were spreading a sunny blanket at dawn. The thought was spinning in my head. At least it should be collected on the house, otherwise I will stay anyone. It sounded in my ears, squeezing breasts with shame. Ashi's face was warm. She noticed how the guy changed and noted that he grew up. From the first meeting in the tractor, she felt something big and unusual in it. If she had not made a mistake, she allegedly felt fate when he was drinking. But the girl exclaimed that she was wrong. She just loves drinks, and she didn't judge men, so she lied. With a frantic spark in his eyes, the guy threw, there is an easy way to earn? The girl flipped his question to her tongue, thought, and suddenly the flash of the memory of her face. The book dissolved in her hands, the aroma of the old paper was flowing in the air, and she nodded to the boy. Look here. The greatest delicacy of their mainland, the horned fish herd. Ash said that this fish is a real rarity, extremely poisonous, lives only among hot sands in oasis, and its liver is valued so high that they pay over it overwhelming sums. The book was surprised in her hands, and the price of the house was already in mind. But the girl gently interrupted the stream, quietly added that in fact it was just her personal sympathy. She told, there is a drink from the fins. They are fried over an open fire, sharply smell of smoke, and then immersed in a drink. It is said that the fins of the horned fish pukir is gentle. Its taste is simply divine. Ash said that she tried almost all the drinks, but had long dreamed of that taste. The guy wondered, gently flipped through the pages of the book, and imagined the swimmers that Ash dreamed of. Suddenly, he jumped out of the chair, and in the room there was a shout, the same words they agreed on. The warm palm squeezes the fingers of Ash, in the grateful words of the boy to hear joy. With her help, he will be able to buy a house. The girl smiles. It's really bold, she thinks. The western desert lane hid a girl with packages under the bright sun. The fragile aroma of bread and fresh fish mixed with hot dust, and in her head she listed shopping. The voice from the crowd calls a girl named after. Is it wondering? Does she help the eldest brother? Marin's gentle hand touched the gentle hand, and the woman smiled. Small, and such an adult. In the palm of the girl, the candy shook, and in the air for a long time trembles quiet. Let him be happy, Marin. In a smile, Marin gratefully grateful. So much happiness in the day when the world seems especially sweet and light. The light breeze caresses the face, the girl decided. A little more stroll under the rustle of the leaves before turning back. Marin stepped forward. Behind her, a flock of animals raced, raising the dust. The earth trembled, but the girl did not stop. Just went on, not paying attention to the noise and surprised cries. Suddenly the girl stopped, glanced up. Eyes are looking for a way out. Around a strange silence and a light wind squeezes the leaves, and thoughts pierce. What to do when she got lost? The heat was breathed with dust. The camels stepped gently when Kima and the girls rushed the desert. Ahead the guy stared at the distance, where Lupor was barely shimmering on the horizon. Laura promised with a smile, in front of a ferry over the river, narrow mountain trails, and finally, a dreamy oasis, where the rocky Ilobriuca hides among the green. Finally they got, and the relief covered the female. The journey was long, full of adventures, and Roran nodded, remembering all these surprises and noise of the road. The memory was torn from everything that happened. At the very edge of the desert, somewhere in Chicken, they played with a brazen trap to cover the cost of the road a little. The money was raced on the white alphanese, their wool smelled like a hay, the hoof was lifted yellow dust, and the hot air was humming around. The way there are translucent monsters, the scales crack, the air smells of lemon rot, time floats. For 2 weeks hunters are looking for a dwarf diarch, Rona said with a smile that he was stubborn, because they could just talk to Lilina's sister about money for the house. But the guy laughed. They say, she did not seem to ask for such a girl. Femils joked that returning to the desert to the wedding was like a honeymoon, and Roran did not immediately realize what it meant. Suddenly, she threw Kimmy that they could not. Even he would not allow it. Everything would have to be put to the house. The guy was silent, and Laura sighed and looked at Lee reproachfully. Laura turned sharply, throwing, "The girls are too relaxed. There is still a whole road ahead. It's time to focus." Suddenly Laura saw a girl lying without a sensation on the grass, and the exclamation escaped from her breast. The girls did not have time to shout Kim, as the guy rushed to her, picked up Murin's head, exclaimed anxiously, "Hold on!" and in a hurry broke out. What happened? She barely opened her eyes, and the guy jumped happily that the girl woke up, and she captured familiar notes in his voice, trying to remember who he was. Among the smell of windy dust, the girl looked around. It seemed that the invisible arms squeezed her shoulders, and somewhere nearby someone loudly called her through the fog. The confused look slid on the face of the young man opposite. The question trembled in her chest. Is her love? Kima took the girl in her arms, rejoicing that she woke up. And it was at this moment that Kima said that getting up was wonderful. The girl settled and almost wept. The rumor of Marina's missing flew to the boy. She returned from the market, got lost, wandered the streets all day long until the famine and fatigue took her off her feet. The girl only nodded. At the table of Laura, smiling, pointed to Marine. "This girl is windy." A voice was in response. "To judge lightness, not Lorena." Marin thanked the dinner with a warm smile, and the guy asked if she ate everything. The girl nodded and admired that she tasted especially well. Even the smell was still lichen in the air. Kymus noted that first he would have to go to the city and find out where the girl lives. Lower nodded in the plan. It looks like there is no other way. Warm urban noise meets. The guy apologizes loudly and admits with bitterness, "The lesser sister has brought you so much hassle." Marin got a nap. He said, "When you get lost, ask people." The girl justified. It seemed that if she tried well, the path would be found. The guy was recovering, named the name. The indigenous, the owner of the hotel where they were, nodded silently. "Parents did not become 3 years ago," he said quietly. Kim's hand tightened his hand, asked if they were searched for adventures and whether the hotel had already chosen. The guy shrugged, so she immediately offered a room for 4. Noticing the brother turning and muttering about dinner, Kima imagined on his face an acute shade of anger. And at this time, Morin quietly pulled the boy by his sleeve, as if calling into the world without words. The girl apologized and tried to thank the boy as she wanted, sincerely and for real. Laura noted that this girl was so boiled to Kama, and the guy just smiled in response. He had a simple sense of gratitude. Marin's cheeks were pounded, and she gently repeated that she wanted to thank for real as she should. The warm hand lay Kami on her shoulder. The root whispered that it is in vain to persuade. Marin does not seem when she had already decided something, and the guy nodded clumsily, agreeing silently. Perrin stretched Marina's bag, whispering, "Her savior, and his savior, so let this money be a thank you tomorrow. The package of money was kindly slid in the palm of the girl, which his brother stretched out. Laura pushed the guy cheerfully and, smiling, wished him a good fortune. Kem and Marin's warm morning was walking quietly, and while the wind moved the grass, the guy asked about sand sharks. She smiled and said that it was their local feature, and he wondered if it was real sharks. Marin nodded. In the fast sand south of the city live sand sharks. Fishermen catch them every year right now. The boy was surprised. First sand dolphins, and now sharks. The girls mentioned how these words sounded in the kitchen before the death of their parents, and confessed. They always tasted what they cooked together. She quietly explained why she wanted to treat him with this dish, and the guy called her in surprise, smiled, and gently ran his hand on her hair. Suddenly Kima's hand pulled out. Is he here to ask what happened? The girl replied that everything was fine, she just seemed to him strong, and her hand slipped. The two of them moved to a noisy bazaar. The girl sighed with annoyance, asking if they did not have a sand shark. When asked Marion about the prey, which is not caught now, the fisherman replied, "This year sharks are angry than always, many wounded, catching." He explained and quietly asked the girl to apologize. Marin dropped in silence, barely audible, how much she wanted to help the boy, and Kima gently held her hand on her hair, supporting a warm look. Marin said calmly that the tears here to nothing. In an instant he would go down and get lost for her. The girl threw the question after the boy, but in response he threw his shoulder. Let him return to the hotel and waited there, and smiling, asked not to get lost. After these words, he moved in the distance, and only a light rustle of steps dissolved in the cool air. Where Marin promised sharks, he came, looked around and jumped quickly. His heart pounded, and a salty taste of the sea was felt in the humid air. The guy was landing right near the shark, and it was open to the mouth, ready to rush forward. Kama jumped sharply, bit her feet in the head of the puzzled sand shark. Then the guy grabbed her by the tail and twisted in a loud cry in the air. The accumula was rushed away, exhaled on full breasts, and then stepped through the marine fog back into the city, where it smelled of coffee and morning noise. Corinne met him with a slight laughter. The guy appeared suddenly, forcing her to shudder and laugh at unexpectedness. Morin told her brother about Kama, but he wondered, how did he manage to catch such a large sand shark? He became the murmur a good neighbor gave. Laura only skeptically shook, they say, they believed. Marin with his glowing eyes said the guy was able to conquer her. Laura almost gasped with surprise, not believing that the girl believed him, and the root gently stroked her hair. Overlooking his gaze on Kim, he said that she had brought it once. Let him prepare a dish that he could remember even with aroma and warmth of his hands. The girl was skillfully cutting the shark, a sharp knife sliding on the ribs. The visors of the verse were sprinkling in a bowl. Pieces of meat were hissed in a frying pan, filled with the salty smell of the sea. Teriyaki slices from the kitchen. A shark on a plate gleamed a juicy crust. Laura smiled and said enthusiastically, which she was wonderful, and Kama looked only, and saliva was already rolling in her mouth. He said that he would not be ceremony, thanked for the food, tasted a piece, and immediately shuddered at the unexpected taste. The sauce slid a spoon easily, like a fluff, a barely catchy aroma to try again. Thoughts are intertwined with a salty taste on the lips. Here it is, the real luxury. The king of the seas finally found a decent connoisseur. Tears shine on the cheeks. If such food daily, Laura would stay here forever. Marin turned away, whispering that the girl was too exaggerated. Kemal smiled. It is 100 times delicious than his dishes. Jokes that he would hire Marin a personal cook, from which the girl even lost. She came quietly, pulled the guy by the jacket. He looked at her in surprise. In confusion, Moran said that she was cooking and removing perfectly, and still knows how to protect himself, as if in every moving shade there is a power. The suffocated desire to break into the adventure causes it to burn from the inside. And Kami only clips her eyes, boiling the news confusedly. Подумки це звучало як чергове зізнання. He smiled and replied that he was grateful for the offer, but she should take care of the hotel. But Karin said in a light tone, "Don't worry, I am powerful." The news of her brother's wedding next month was heard, like a thunder in the clear sky. Everyone froze, not believing their own ears. He said that the bride has been a friend, now they will support this place together. Kama ніяково кивнув і прошепотів побажання щастя. Corin gently held her hand on Marin's hair and assured, "It is not important now." Дівчина насправді дуже тепло до них ставиться, розповів він з тихою усмішкою. It looks sweet, though a little awkward. He points out and carefully asks if they will not allow the girl to be taken to the company. Roran was calm about everything. Fem rejoiced in new acquaintances, and Laura had already felt the taste of future dishes. Kems silently watched the girls, smiling at the corners of her mouth. Having reached out to the girl, the hero gently informed that she had come, and with a smile assured Marin he would work together with joy. Rumyanits broke out on maiden cheeks, she whispered in embarrassment, which would be happy to become part of their team. Karina nodded, she understood, and asked if he was called to catch a horned fugue in the oasis. Кіма підтвердила, тут потрібні гроші, інакше дім не купити. Karina grabbed Kamu by her hand and protected. Will you really marry 3 at once? She added that as a man he was terribly jealous. And Kama cast her look in response. I already have a bride. She heard about Kama's wedding. Marin's heart was cut off. He chose not her, and the pain of a cold wave rolled under the skin, leaving only bitterness. Corin coiled and said quietly, The aroma of the oasis is not easy, and Kima is even more complicated, you just don't go there. Хлопець запитав. І справді настільки там небезпечно, як він каже. Corin told how this part of the oasis seems to be breathing fear. Here are the great monsters, and no one dares to move on. Він запитав, чи справді хоче йти далі. Roran smiled and reassures. It is not necessary to worry, because she is stubborn and always become a shield for everyone. And Karin reminded, if it becomes dangerous, to run away, because Marin is nearby. Marin's warm hand lay on his shoulder. He recalled how they were caught fish on the way to the oasis, so Marin had now had to lead all the way of memories and sand. Kama's smile was shining. He trusted Marin's this matter. The girl was silent until she asked if she was okay, and only then did she shine, slightly flicker and breathed, frightened. Marin proudly exclaimed that she was preparing and clearing. The reddish smile slid across her face, and then she added, she was talking about it. Outside, the sun was bright golden glare. Swimming from the oasis by boat, Marin lowered the fishing rod into the water, and swallowing the fresh air, tried not only to fish, but also peace in her thoughts. The fishing rod thickened down. Murin rushed to catch her on herself. In a moment, Marin pulled out a large fish out of the water. The scales flicked in the sun. Laura looked enthusiastically. With a smile, Marin noted, this is the clownfish. Kima turned, interested in asking what a fish was, and Marin, smiling, replied, it is a rare creature that was quietly changing the gender, dancing between the worlds. For them, the more caviar is delayed, the better. The big fish in the flock becomes a female, mate with a male, and when the females disappear, males change the sex. Marin knows so much, Laura exclaimed with delight. The girl laughed like a trifle, but Kima caught in a proud look Marin iskra of happiness. The vigilant look opened. The goal was a step, and the female nodded about the desired oasis, where it smells of water and greenery. The boys laid the tents, stuck in the ground torches. The flames warmed the darkness, and the fish were strung on skewers and hung over the fire, where the fire was rustled and filling the air with an appetizing smell. Kama came closer and felt the smoky aroma of fried fish, the one that Marin recently mentioned. The girl nodded. If hungry, taste, and he closed his eyes, agreed to try. The taste has not yet disappeared from his lips, and the new power has already bubbled in his chest. He unexpectedly realized the ability changed, for the first time opened the hidden gender, and in surprise whispered, they were not so long. Kima suddenly froze. The name of the ability caused him amaze, and the lines about the change of sex swept through the skin with ants, and breathing stopped for a moment. A powerful explosion broke out without pain. Kima stood at the very epicenter, and the girls froze. Their surprise was noticeable in the air, like a slight smell of ozone after a thunderstorm. Laura's loud cough broke the silence. She asked hostile what had happened. Rona immediately rushed to look for Kima, worrying about him, but suddenly flashed with a blush and froze on the spot. The smoke scattered, and before them the female figure emerged. Laura and Roran were surprised to exchange his eyes, barely dare to ask the guest who she was, and the girl was just scared. The stranger kept a stick with fish in her hands. The eyes were wide. The surprise was gently pouring on the face, and the fresh air smelled of river and wet grass. Hand to the chest, after which, the blade in the palms, an instant look in the mirror. The heart was thundered, and a cry broke out. What does it mean? The echo of the cry was still trembling in the air when Rana poked her finger. She asked if it was really Kama. Laura whispered in confusion, which, apparently, yes. Laura suggested that the ability apparently appeared after he ate that fish. But the ability to change the gender comes with this taste of the salt sea. The tears flowed by Kemi on the cheeks. The fingers clenched the Laura's shoulders. Do you want to turn everything? How? Laura turned away, smiling through the inconvenience, the ability not to cancel when she used. The categorical answer is cold in the air. No chance to change something. The sound of it presses on the chest like an icy wave. He was cuddled with horror, and he whispered that he would now remain so innocent forever. And Rona, looking intently, said that she had questions. Views are full of distrust. Someone drunkenly asked what amazing ability to be said. Kima's gaze fell down. He turned his eyes to Laura and said softly, "They say." The circumstances changed, unforeseen, so he did not know if he could tell. Laura muttered, dissatisfied. It seems that there is simply no other road here. Kama went forward, the look was difficult, and said that he should tell something important. This concerns his strength. He softly shared everything I had to know. At the end of the story, the retort quietly repeated the story of the goddess and movement, tasting every word. Marin added that he was gaining new strength and magic through food, as if he was tasting life. Finally, it became clear. The skills were previously transmitted, the female said. And Kama nodded and thanked Lori, leaning low, sincerely apologizing that he held everything secretly. The sincere smile of the liquid flashed. It is not necessary to apologize. That is why everyone is alive. The snooze nodded and thanked that he explained everything. Marin smiled. Such a force seemed surprisingly interesting to her. Camus smiled, and after a short silence he thanked everyone. Suddenly, Themal seemed to flash. Something was mentioned, and she immediately called Camus named. She said confidently, if he once gave her abilities, now he would be able to now. The guy froze for a moment. Surprise spilled on his face. A new hope broke into his head. The palms of the palm were plowed. The consolation was played in the eyes. Now everything is clear, because this force makes a woman from a man, and if you pass on her woman, everything will turn into good. The gaze slid to Laura. He acknowledged that now everything depends on her, and the girl, barely smiling, joked, "You seem to be my subject, not just a patient." Kema's light hand lay on Lauren's head, the excited words about the transmission. And when nothing happened, Kema just looked silently at Laura until the girl said softly, "Nothing changed." Just before the Kamemi, the message broke out. The ability to be special. It is impossible to convey it anymore. She swallowed the air. The hot tear slipped his cheek, and a bitter thought matured. Isn't it a curse? On his knees, with despair in his voice, he confessed, "The woman will remain forever." Laura admitted embarrassedly. For the first time he sees him so desperate. The thought was lightning. Technically Kama, a woman, so it is probably necessary to turn she. Marin smiled, recognizing this truth, and Roran thought, imagining the possible consequences. Hearing this, the female flashed her cheeks. She imagined Kemu nearby, felt a trembling in her chest, and in her head the images of their lives together, like a dance in the quiet light of the morning. "It does not matter that Kima is a woman," she exclaimed, ready for everything for her. The guy looked around and, stumbling on the words, muttered that he did not want that. Rorona wondered quietly, but the alarm was smoking in her gaze. No solutions have appeared, and the air was squeezed by the invisible weight of an unsolved problem. Roran asked how it is possible to postpone the conversation for later and to decide on the way to the oasis. Kima rushed. Her words were smoothly torn. That's what it is worth doing. The loud wind whistling in the sky while the boys made their way through the mountains and steep, dangerous slopes. Immediately, a roaring lizard jumped in front of them, which frightened the mouth. The chemist rolled up with him, and the monster flew into the twilight. The wide smile shone on Kima's face, and she allowed everyone to move. Laura mentally noted her strength, despite feminine fragility, and 3 days slipped unnoticed, like a fragrant wind. Behind a long and grueling road, ahead of the place that Choma met with a joyful exclamation, "It lives a horny fugue," and Laura, breathing on full breasts, smiled. This place is boundless. Kima kept his breath, looking in the wave, and confessed that he wanted to dive there. Marine agreed enthusiastically, and Laura added that it would refresh them after a long road. The palms were tightened in the unity. Female with Laura barely smiled and whispered that the time had come. They nodded confidently, and the lost Kim asked what was talking about. The Sneeve. Girls dressed bright swimwear, light breeze stirs ribbons, laughter shimmers through the splash of waves. Together they laughed when Laura exclaimed that swimwear was best suited to the beach. The female nodded and added, Even if only an oasis is around, it is still true. Bulkily, as if apologizing, Morin confessed, in the swimsuit, and Roran explained. Laura created it by force, and Morin turned with a question. What about Kema? The cheeks are burning, the guy is convincing the towel, and in confusion asks that it is not so with his swimsuit. Roran blossomed with a smile, and noticed. He would appreciate the gift. Laura exclaimed in his whole voice that he was so much like. And the guy broke down. He threw herself angrily. It is not necessary to laugh at another's body. Mune stood up behind, whispered, "Look!" and easily touched the chest. Kama exploded with a shy cry, until the air shuddered. On her face, Marin immediately blossomed. She noted that Kem's was very gentle, and the guy nodded and asked to leave it, sliding on it with a warm look. Laura confessed that she had never seen someone from Kama, and her voice trembled with surprise. The water splashed all over. The boys had fun. Kama read to their ears, but still played with them in beach volleyball. Their laughter merged with the murmur of the waves. Small crabs, like lightnings, were frozen along the shore, and Marin molded the sandcastle, feeling warm, thickening sand under her fingers. The night hid everything around. The boys wrapped in towels, plunged into the hot warmth of the chameleon sources. It smelled of steam around. The splash of water soothed and relaxed. Hot air fills the chest, does not believe. Here is a real thermal source, but the words are stuck. The look slides on the body, and it is still unknown how to regain a male creature. Cold water flowed thickly between his fingers. He mentioned the promise to marry, and now his heart was squeezing. In this state it was completely impossible. Roline came out, met his confused look, noticed a surprise in her voice. Why she without clothes? The girl stood silently, and her peace was as light as the morning air. She sat down and whispered, "It is girls. You can." Kema closed his eyes, blushed to his ears, and exclaimed that it did not happen. Rona's warm smile and light touches on her back, and Kema was surprised, feeling unexpectedly tranquility. Warm water flowed down the back when the Yorona silently began to wash her, smiling. South Africa filled the air, and the guy could not understand whether it was really habitual. The steaming pond hugged Kem's back, and Rona stroked his shoulders quietly, while he cast his puzzled look over his shoulder, asking himself whether he became a girl now, and whether he had the right to be here at all. Suddenly, Roran shouted his name sharply. The guy shuddered, and in a hurry that he saw nothing. The girl talked about the hope of returning her true appearance, the eye of anxiety, asked the boy if he found a little answer, and he took a break, asked Ron about what he said. The shoulders tensed when the girl carefully washed his back, and he looked away and sighed quietly. He made a lot of effort. Even with Laura, he learned to resist changes, and everything was in vain. The gaze fell down, and the young man quietly said that the exit should be. Rona caught the meaning of his words without any explanation. The apology sounded the verse, and the girl remembered that she recently promised to go out for him. Having cleared her throat, she turned to him by his name, and Rona was timidly talking. The girl said that a new home or technique. He pulled everything himself silently, as if he was used to wearing the world on his shoulders. Roran jumped and exclaimed that he finally stopped doing so, calling to trust them at least a little. In his voice, when he uncertainly called her name, there were doubts. Rorona added quietly, "Don't worry about the wedding. We will wait for you to become yourself again, as much as you need." Kema, embarrassing her eyes, thanked the girl who stood in front of him, touching her hands and catching her breathing. She dived into cool water, and suddenly she said, "Sometimes the woman is so uncomfortable because no man will catch her in her arms like this, easily and boldly." Sudden shame threw her into the heat. With a grinding of her hand, she burned that the guy was not worth paying attention. It was only allowed, and Kema was just looking, silently asking. Morning met with a smile. The guy joyfully turned to the girls. "Today hunting for a horned fishball, then there will be an adventure." Laura cast her gaze towards the guy. "Kema sparkles today," she said with a smile, and he shot something incomprehensible muttered in response. He replied in a hurry that the despair wandered his heart when he realized not to become a guy again. He scratched his head and whispered that he had only to take it, and Laura said with a smile, "That's where the former cheerful Kama returned." Dressing the melts, the young man with a smile quit the question. Who would go to fish with him? And in the air immediately smelled of sea and adventure. High finger, her Roran should become support, nodded, smiling. She can count on her. And suddenly Marin presses Kama to herself. Her clothes are squeezing. heard fabric. Question. Will you go with us? It sounded quietly, and the girl smiled, just nodded, because she wanted to find out who lives among those shadows in the green oasis. The guy thanked the warning about the danger, and Marin only smiled and said that they would not worry. The sea was her home since childhood. Roran has noted that Marin is better aware of the restless, salty sea, so let him become a leader. The guy nodded. They will go for 3. Try happiness among the waves. Kama was a light gesture, ordered Roni and Marin to bow her head. The girls obediently leaned, and the guy lifted his hand. And in the moment, the air was pinched in a moment, the magic of the transfer swirled. Rutan asked what had happened, and the guy said with a smile, he gave them the ability to breathe underwater, which he studied in Laura. Surprised, Rutan cast her gaze on Marin and invited her to dive together. The girl willingly agreed. The girls jumped into the water, splashes flew all the way. Under the water of Ron, Marin was surprised to open his eyes wide, because they saw something unexpected there. True relief. Rona took a deep breath, and the girl shined with joy. She is wondering what Kima's ability. The guy dived side by side and the ringing laughter spilled around. Smiling widely, he threw the girls, "It's time to go in search of." Marin slid among the silver streams of fish, admiring their glitter, and suddenly something strange in the water swirled in the water. Several mysterious creatures came in front, and he immediately stepped back. Marin whispered, "It is a moon jellyfish, true beauty, and her tentacles are better to bypass." The guy jokingly noticed that these tenets were not going to let them go. The sword whistled in the hands of Kama. The ringing cry cut the silence. "Away, jellyfish." The blade of lightning cut one in half, splashing the slippery seafoam. Looking back, he asked how many of them gathered here, and Roran was having fun. Let him give them to her. Kems quietly agreed. Behind the moon's jellyfish quietly, suddenly wrapped the girl with cold tentacles. Slippery touches tickled the skin and forced the heart to knock more often. Many tentacles squeezed Rono, even the sword did not resist. The guy, seeing it, screamed her name desperately, and the girl whispered through the trembling. They were behind. But the girl exclaimed that it would not stop her. In the palm of the cold tentacle, a spark of magic broke out, and the next moment the air broke up the rapid gust of wind. A strong blow tore the tentacles of the jellyfish, which clenched her from all sides, and the girl escaped, slid forward through the sticky cold, and splashed the jellyfish with a sword. After the stroke, she fell on her knee, whispering that she had already shaken the place, and Marin said with a smile, "That's what they were waiting for Roran." After this adventure, the searches did not stop. The tunnel led down, she said, and the boys, trying on, finally splashed into the water, and further floated, beating hearts on the silence of depths. On the way, Cayman suddenly exclaimed with the delight that the hood of the horned fish fugue, and even the wave of air seemed to become more salty than the joy of his words. The battle with the horned dandelion broke up to the full, and looking at the flock of exhausted fish, the guy thought, enough. They were already enough. Fishing was surprisingly successful. From the pocket, rustling with a fabric, Kasma pulls out a small bag and says that her turn has come, because this thing flew a penny in a penny. The smell of fish had not yet dispelled, as Rona cast her gaze and asked if the bag was really charming. The guy smiled and nodded, saying, "There would come up with 200 kilograms, about 20 fish." Talking about the magic of freezing in a magic bag, the guy carefully made fish. With such preparation of the catch will remain fresh a whole month, and the temperature can be changed. Roran noted that it was very convenient. Finally, the words came. Everything was put off. He turned to Marin with a proposal to come back, called the girl. Marin gestured to the side and asked him to approach and look at something there. Kema came closer, followed by the girl's gaze, and froze with surprise. Something amazing flickering just under her feet. The stairs down, in the air smells of dampness, and among the unexpected ruins the guy feels surprised. Marin whispers, "Interesting," and Roran's verse is saying, "Here is everything like a trap," as if they were called to look here. Suddenly laughing from the tall column, a stranger jokes that the young man still got here, breaks from the place, and jumps up, cutting the air. There was a girl who welcomed the guests. She called herself a Little, the defender of these ruins, and with a smile praised the travelers who were able to get here. The guy answered the defender that they appeared here by accident, and the girl just laughed. The funny melted her in the air, like a light bell. In her smile, a confidence was ringing. It is useless to hide, because she knows everything, even why they stepped into the OS. Kama was getting rid of surprise, in his chest briefly with surprise. She stuck their finger, exclaimed. They all came here to hunt for hidden treasures, hoping to find a dreamy prey. The surprised look made on Marin, he asks if he heard something about the treasures of the oasis. The girl just got her head, whispers, no. She was shocked, as if the sand under his feet stuck. Roran noted, if they are looking for treasures, which girl will openly show where they are hidden? Kama nodded silently, confirming every word. The picturesque glanced at the guests and said, once you are here, not to drive. The defender laughed and suggested a little fun, and the guy threw, no treasure, all this is superfluous. Little lifted weapons to the sky, the mouth of the conscientious Sumans shouted. A huge fish emerged nearby, and Kima with Roran stopped in a passionate surprise, without taking his eyes. The girl spent her hand on the wet scales of fish, smiled, and asked how her favorite creature was there, whether they would be able to overtake him together. Behind the exclamation of Moran, this is Gubane. The hook returned, looking for the answer, and asked again. The alarming rustle of steps merged with the words. Because of its giant size, the lip is called the Sea King, a rare, with a powerful hump, which causes acute burning pain. Marin added, sponges are amazing fish, firstborn females and later become males. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, even a short silence in the air. The girl's words about the clownfish broke out in their heads. They all the opposite. A sudden guess was illuminated. A warm thrill rolled up. The heart jumped. Here it is, this moment. He rushed upside down, and behind the girl sounded his name. Her voice was breaking after him. The fish rapidly rushed to the guy that, with his voice, he demanded the meat. Give his meat. Kima slammed the fish sharply, ordering to flee. The sponge spinned, dived down, and the guy sat on the fish and gladly began to cut her sword. The splashes wet her hands. The blades sang on silver scales. Little rolled, saying that people were able to do something, and thus forced Kim to distract from the movement of the knife. The girl just smiled. It was only a warm, up. A real test is yet to come. Pointing to the side, she whispered, in the ruins of 5 floors, each one chats with mighty servants, who keep the treasures below, and when they all win, the little one will come out to meet them. The defender waved her hand. She would wait for them below, and dreamed that someone was pleased at least. It disappeared with a light shadow, and it frozen with fish in its hands and surprised eyes. Smiling, he said that it was time to go home. Roran was surprised to ask if it means the failure of her test. Kama confessed that he was interested in his achievements, but he does not want life to lose his life. And here Ronan threw a smile. This is already a real Kama. No thirst for adventures in his eyes. After leaving the lake carefully, they quickly hid the fugue and began to cut the tender fillets of the gowan, hearing how it smells of fish and freshness above the water. There was a new feeling in his hands when he took a piece and threw. He would try to go into battle. And suddenly, something changed in his body. The change of gender. That's how he imagined. Kima suddenly became a boy, radiating genuine joy, and exclaimed that he had returned. He rose, stretched, and said with a smile that the boy was more familiar. Famille suddenly realized, the traits of the clownfish and the sponges mixed together simply disappear under the other. Finally relief, everything was done. The question was still in the heart. What will it end? Roran nodded and added that you could now talk about the wedding again. Marin asked how it happened. Kama reacted. What happened? The girl was disappointed. She wanted to touch the Kamina breasts again. Marin answered Znyakov, promising to fulfill her desire instead of refusal, and this proposal broke out in a girl's interest. Is there true here? She asks, and the guy nods. He will do everything that depends on him. Marin squeezes his fists. The voltage rings in the air. The girl exclaimed that she was striving for a boy to marry her. These words like a thunder went through in Kima's ears, and she froze from surprise.